Did you know that our souls are connected by fate? What do you know? Yuno Hanaki, the one and only Oran from Yelloon. Good evening, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy OniMon. Oh. Instantly redeeming a head pat. Makes sense. Thank you very much. Thank you for the head pat. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Happy OniMon. Welcome. Howdy. Howdy. Welcome in. Hope you guys had a good weekend. In some places it's a holiday, question mark. I actually didn't know it was a holiday until Hitomi told me earlier. So for some people it's a holiday, that's fun. If it's not a holiday for you, happy Monday. Yeah. Purple detected, white grapes deployed for balance. White grapes? Yum. I would love some grapes. Have a fun stream? Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, it is Monday. So true. Had to drive 15 miles because the local pharmacy was closed or I wouldn't have known. Oh god, that sucks. Hopefully you were still able to get the medicine that you needed from the pharmacy. But yeah, I totally forgot that in some places it is a holiday. I was just like, oh, that's crazy. Hitomi had the day off of work, but they apparently tried to call her in for today because of the fact that it is a holiday. That's the only reason. So that's why she was telling me about it. I was just like, oh, it's a holiday? Oh shit, alright. Well, neat. I had no idea. Anyway, hi! How you guys doing? How have things been? What are the vibes on this day? Up to anything cool? Are you feeling good about the start of the week? What are our thoughts thus far? Chilling? Nice. 13 shiny Grookey? Oh my goodness, that's a lot of Grookey. I have pizza now is the vibe? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Pizza sounds good. I say after having already eaten dinner. I don't need pizza. Just like how February 3rd isn't a holiday. Now listen. Now listen here. Now listen. February 3rd is a holiday in some places. A very specific holiday. Depending on who you are. Depending on who you are. But I suppose in the same way you could choose not to observe it. You could do that with most holidays, really. You could just kind of not observe them. Freezing my butt off tonight? Oh no! Get warm! Warm up! You need your butt. You need that for sitting. Silent Hill 2 is scary. Send help. I am a coward. I'm an even bigger coward. I am afraid I cannot help you. But good luck continuing to play the game. Don't tell me what to do. Well, I wasn't telling you specifically what to do. I was telling someone else who was cold to warm up. If you don't want to warm up, I guess that's your choice, but you'll be losing your butt, which means you can't sit anymore. So, if that's the choice you want to make, more power to you, bro. We were talking about how brave you were, huh? Since when? I'm not brave. I'm not brave at all. Groundhog Day and Tight Eve is a famous holiday in my country. This is so messed up. This is so sick and twisted. Whatever. Fine, don't remember my birthday. I don't care. I don't care. I don't need you to remember it. I don't care. I don't even care. I don't even care. Remember what? Man! You did okay with the scary game. You also said you enjoyed watching Bendy, which is scary. I don't think Bendy is nearly as scary. I mean, Bendy and the Ink Machine has some jump scares, but I feel like so much of the focus on Bendy is more about like the atmosphere and like the vibes more so than the jump scares. I feel like it's not that scary, at least not to me. Also, the other benefit of Bendy was having a lot of like lore, and it also gave you chances to like be somewhere kind of quiet when you were trying to get into the scary stuff, lore stuff. Yeah. Hanaki, welcome in. It's a great starter scary game. Bendy, that's true. I think I would agree with that assessment. I don't know anything about the games that came after that, though. I was watching someone play through the second game, but then they stopped their playthrough, so I don't honestly know what happens at the end. And I think there's been more games since then, which is kind of crazy to think about. I don't know if they necessarily count as, like, main games, but I suppose everything that's remotely popular these days ends up becoming a franchise. Or, like, a multi-game verse IP thing. I think it's just kind of a given. The end of the game is that the player won. Well, I wouldn't actually say that about Bendy, but technically, yes. You win by beating it. What was your final verdict on the game yesterday? I had to watch Silent at work. Controls were not very intuitive. Puzzles were pretty straightforward. Some of them were satisfying, others were not. The story was very, very bare bones and just kind of like told you things without really showing you things. I went back through the VOD and I noticed there were some parts where it played like little notes and like sound cues to signify a memory, but like otherwise we didn't really get that much of like an experience of this girl's actual family or like what the significance of everything really was. She just kind of told us like, this probably means this, and it would just be like, probably? Why are you not sure?
Your soul will do.
So it kind of bothered me. It felt like they weren't really like trying to tell a story. I think they just needed like a very bare bones connection before letting you go to the next puzzle. I think if they really just wanted to make a series of like cleaning or like organizing or fixing puzzles, they could have done it without having like a like lame shoehorned story shoved in there. But it wasn't bad. It just wasn't my favorite. I think the other game that I played in the same kind of style was a lot better narratively for me. But maybe some people just prefer it to be pretty simple. I don't know. It wasn't for me though. R2MyD2, thank you for the 4-month resub, even though it says you've been subscribed for 6. Maybe you dropped a tier? I don't know why it's saying that. Happy anniversary, let's go. Love it here, by the way. Thank you. I am very happy that you are here too. The glue. Yeah, also the glue. The glue sound effect was bizarre. They definitely chose the loudest, most like squelchiest, yuckiest sound for the glue. And they also made the glue just not really work very well, especially if you were trying to glue smaller objects. Don't go back to the part where I was trying to glue pieces to put into a pressed flower book. Squish. It's hard to explain the sound, but it was very squelchy.
Yeah, your soul will do.
It was very, very squelchy. Nephright SD, congratulations on the 6-month resub. Thank you, thank you. Also, we got a hype train. Whoa, crazy. More squick. It was like squelchy. I don't know how to like make the sound with my mouth either. It was just very like. It was really bad. And then like loud also. But like the sound mixing was pretty okay for everything else, but then you get to the glue sound effect and it's really loud. And it's just like, I don't think you needed to be that noisy. Dial it back. Whoever was in charge of getting the glue sound effect was like, oh yeah, this is what glue sounds like. And I'm just like, that's not what glue sounds like. Mustard on Xbox mic. That's crazy. But also probably accurate for sure. I was thinking more of a spurt sound. It does kind of sound like a spurt, but to me it just sounded very squelchy. Like, it just sounded like it was getting squished. It was yucky. Was not the vibe for me personally. I like your necklace, by the way. It looks very cute, adorable, gorgeous, and pretty. Well, thank you. You don't need to give it that many compliments. But yes, it is very pretty. It's also very detailed. My mama designed it all by herself. I didn't give any sort of reference for how it should look. It was her choice to make it look like this. It's very pretty. Here, I will come a little bit closer so you could kind of look at the details. Get a load of that. Get a load of that. Isn't it pretty? Look how much I can zoom in, by the way, and you can actually see all of the details on my person. Can you believe that? Is it not crazy to think that I can get this close and you can still see so many details? I was just talking to Hitomi about this earlier, too. But I was just like, damn. I can zoom in so much more than I can on 1.0. You can actually see things. That kind of looks like a face. Oh, the top part? Yeah, kind of. It looks kind of demonic, no? Like Oni-like? I don't actually know if that's supposed to be the intention. I'm not actually sure. It is pretty, though. Kind of looks like a theater mask? Maybe. I don't know. I never really thought about it. I've actually never looked at that part this close before. I usually am just looking at the heart-shaped part. Biblically accurate Oni. Be not afraid. A no mask? It could be a no mask. No, don't delete a wearable accessory. No, don't do that. Being a wearable accessory is fine, actually. But no, it's very pretty. I like it a lot. It's a pretty necklace. Worn by a very pretty girl also, right? Right? Yeah, sure. That's messed up. As opposed to what? They're finally saying I'm ugly. I've been telling them this all this time, and they were like, no, you're so pretty. That's crazy. Anyway. Here is good. Yeah. It was worn by someone. I was looking at the necklace. Yeah. The necklace is worn by me. It's me. She shows us her shoulders and you say that? Yeah, I give you kind of exposed shoulders and this is the thanks I get? That's crazy. Anyway. Anyhow. What was I saying? We were talking about, the game from yesterday, right? But yeah, basically it wasn't super appealing to me, but it's not like a bad game. There were just some elements that were not my favorite, and then I just also wish the story was a little better, but I always want my game to have like a strong story to it, so I could just be really picky also. Maybe I'm just being really picky. I showed you my shoulders, please respond. Sir, I showed you my clavicle. Where's my money? We should downvote it into oblivion. No, don't do that. Honestly, it's still so new, like practically nobody was playing it. I also saw when I was putting in the category on Twitch that it has 0 followers. So like, it's definitely a the most indie of indie game. Like, nobody has really been playing it, and at the very least, I don't think anyone recently has been streaming it. So, I will cut them some slack. It just was not for me. And that's fine. Trendsetter Yuno, I try. Shoulder I sleep, sir, it's a clavicle hot. I showed you my clavicle, please. I need you to lock in. Oh, something else we were doing earlier, too. I know I just got myself back in a position, but I guess I have to fix myself. Look how much I can zoom in on wife. I'm gonna get really, really close, okay? Alright, this is as close as I can get. Look how close I can get to wife! Look how big wife can get! Look at her! Look at all the detail on her! She's so pretty, I love wife. Practically smooshing her to the camera. Yeah, and you guys want this, don't you? This is what you've wanted for like the entirety of my career. Look at her! You can see so much detail on her. Smooching distance, that's true. You've been missing your wife for so long. Are you going to give her kisses or what? Are you gonna, like, express your happiness at her return or what? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, I should not be this zoomed in. Call me suction cup the way I... Pause. What did bro mean by this? I showed you your wife, please kiss her? No, but like actually. I showed you wife. I see Yuno. Ah, that's me. Hi. This is another Bible verse. True. These words are in fact found in the Bible. Anyhow. Let's see, what else did I do today? I made the thumbnails. I posted the isolated transparent image of me with the cat ears looking sad because that was what I used for Kemono Tea Time and I thought it was a funny image. I showed it to Hitomi first and Hitomi was the one who said the if you are cold then she is cold, let her inside. And I was like, I need to tweet that, so I thought it was funny. She looks so sopping wet beast coated.
Cute. Do better.
Matt, thank you for the $4.20 tip. Haha, nice. The tax must be paid. That's true. That is the wife tithe. Technically, the wife tithe is $5, but I will accept the $4.20 because it is a funny number. But yeah, I thought that image was funny on its own, and then I, of course, used it for the thumbnail for Kemono Tea Time. Fun fact, also, Hitomi was the one that suggested Kemono Tea Time to me, but like...
Cute. Do better.
Daniel Smith, thank you for the $20 tip. Truth, be fruitful, and multiply. Yeah, real. I have to move the alert box, actually. I just realized that chat is covering it. I have to move you guys over a little. I guess here's good. Anyways, no, but I found out, Hitomi was the one that recommended I play Kemono Tea Time, and I asked her, like, how far she had gotten in it, like, if she had managed to beat it, because I wanted to talk about the story with her, and she was like, can I be honest? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, I didn't even get through the first day, because I realized this was a game I wanted to see you play, and I was like, so you don't know? And she was like, what don't I know? And I was like, you don't know. You don't have the information. She doesn't know. So I had to ask for permission to spoil her. And I told her that the game gets sad, and she was like, oh, fuck. I was like, yup. I was going to yell at her because if she knew about the pain that I had gone through, I was going to be like, why would you do this to me and to the Dabadachi? I thought you loved us. But the truth is, she just didn't know. She didn't have the information. She doesn't know. So that was pretty funny to discover. But I was like explaining why the image that I had was so like sopping wet cat coated. She didn't understand why I was making it sad after I had only done the one part, and I was just like, my sweet summer child, you're not aware. She painted the tunnel on the wall and ran into it herself. True. To be fair, by day 2, if you can't feel the vibe, I think you get diagnosed without a specialist. I mean, we got kind of an inclination in day 2. I think personally it started seeming more like it was tilting towards sad by like day 3. But I think in the first 2, it was still pretty relaxing. It was still pretty comfy. But you could kind of sense the undertones. I think it especially started getting bad once we started listening to the radio. And the radio started dropping more hints about like the dark, scary world. Everything must make us cry these days. True. I found out later after looking at the account of the devs who made the game, they do actually say on the page that the game is more than just a cute story. Like there's more than just cuteness to it, and you should play the demo to make sure you can handle it before fully diving in. And I'm just like, haha, I didn't read that because I only started playing the game because it was already in Hitomi's library. Because I thought she knew what it was like when she recommended it to me. So, you know, boo-boo the fool, both of us. Imagine reading. No, bro, I love to read. But I just didn't look at the actual Steam page to see the warning. Because it was already something I could access in our shared library. She had just been like, I think you'd like this. And then she showed me pictures of some of the characters. And I was like, oh, they're so cute. Yeah, I probably would like it. Both of us didn't know. I saw that on the pay page. Happy to go full blind. Pain should hurt. Yeah. Totally mama and papa coded. That's our dynamic in a nutshell. So true. But yeah, it's very funny. She didn't have the information. She does now, though. I asked for permission to spoil it, and like I said, I kind of told her, like, the premise, and she was like, ah, fuck. I didn't tell her anything about the actual, like, character storylines, though. I just told her more about kimonification. Please don't grow a tail. Don't worry. I wouldn't have grown a tail this early after being kimonoified. Because currently, I am not extremely stressed. Smile. I only have a little stress. Natural stress. Anyway. Not until taxes come. Shut up. I'm remaining willfully ignorant. I don't see them. I actually can't do anything about my taxes right now because I don't have any of my documents, so... Until I am handed my documents from all of the relevant platforms, I do not care about taxes. Haha. But yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. What else did I do today? I made the thumbnails. And then I was playing Pokemon for a little bit. I played Pokemon for a little bit with Hitomi as part of our hangout time. And then, While we were playing Pokemon, I went into a hyper dimension, like little wormhole thing. And I did not notice it at all, but I went in there because it was a ghost type one, and one of the silhouettes was for Mimikyu, and I love Mimikyu, so I was very excited to finally catch a Mimikyu. And as I was going in there and waiting for it to load in, I was just like, it would be pretty awesome if I managed to find a shiny. And then the minute I spawn in, the Mimikyu are right in front of the spawn point, and I'm looking at the Mimikyu, and I notice one of them is gray, and I'm just like, did I manifest that? So yeah, I found a shiny. I didn't use anything to increase the odds. Like, I didn't use a shiny donut. I think it was just because of my shiny charm. But I got a shiny Mimikyu! I got to register the Mimikyu as a shiny. I got a little baby. It's so cute. So that was very lucky. And then... and then... after that... I was going around completing more of the missions for that particular hyper dimension, and I went over to like the area where the Litwick were, and I noticed that one of them had a light blue flame while all the rest had like the blue purple one, and I was like, Hitomi, you're going to kill me. And she was like, what, why? And I was like, I think I just saw a shiny Litwick. And she was like, can you unpause so I can look? Because I paused out of shock because I didn't think that there were going to be 2 shinies in one spot when I didn't do anything to increase my odds besides the shiny charm. And when I unpaused and I showed it to her, she was like, oh, yep, that's shiny. And I was just like, whoa, I'm so lucky. There were 2 unprovoked shinies in there. And they're cool shinies, too, because I really like how shiny Chandelure looks. Shiny Chandelure is also really cool as a Mega. Does it make up for the Eevee drought? Kind of. It does make me feel better about the shiny drought. Eevee took so fucking long to finally appear, and I still had to, like, manipulate a lot of RNG and use the shiny charm in order to get it to manifest. So admittedly, it's not as satisfying as it could have been to have gotten the shiny Eevee. It would have been more fun if it was full odds, I think. But I am happy that I finally got it. I was desperate enough that I was willing to do whatever it took to get that little creature to come home. And now I have, like, a big alpha shiny Eevee. That is a big fluffy girl, so I'm happy about that too. It's like I have a giant plushie version of Eevee. So I really can't complain, but like, man, I do kind of wish it was more natural odds instead of me having to force it that way. But it is what it is. Eevee causes drought because it only rains once Eevee leaves. True. Or, well, it's more like Eevee leaves the minute there are clouds because it's scared of the rain. Luckily, there are no weather effects in the hyperdimension wormholes, so there would be no way for Eevee to despawn. Which is also probably why the odds ended up being so good. Eevee leaves this grass type. Shut up. Shut up. But yeah, no, that was cool. I was pretty happy about it. Random shiny encounters are always kind of cool. I guess it's not fully random, because again, I have the shiny charm, which automatically halves my odds everywhere I go, but it was still cool. I got excited. I think that any shiny that makes you excited is still, like, viable and good and fun. And then I mentioned this on my sub account, but I received a offline dono to be able to buy a cozy game that I want to play. I'm not going to play it this week, but it'll probably be on the schedule for next week. But it's for Astro Nook. I'm very excited. Astro Nook is like a game where it's like a puzzle game where you connect the stars to make a constellation, and then you register the constellation in a journal, and you can like put it into a scrapbook and like decorate your cozy little astrological observation nook. That's why it's Astra Nook. And then there's also like lore that you can learn about all of the different constellations and the planets. It's very cute. It's also very purple themed, so I thought it would also be fun to play because I'm purple. We're not playing it this week though. It's probably going to be next Sunday's cozy weekend wind down game. Because it's kind of how I'm approaching the schedule right now. It's not like super consistent just yet because I've only like just started going back to having a schedule again. But I'm kind of looking at it like I'm gonna try to do stuff that's a little bit more generally appealing, question mark, for like most of the week, and then Sundays I'm going to reserve for my cozy game time. So that's where we'll do things like power washing and like coloring voxels, and I guess now Astronook. Yeah. Things like that. I think all the cozy stuff is going to go on to Sundays. Sunday afternoon vibes. The rest of the time I'm going to try and do stuff that's a little bit better for Noombers TM. Obviously, I'm not going to go into detail about Noombers here because nobody really cares. That's something that I am hyper-focused on because I care a lot about this stuff and I think it's fascinating, but I will not bore you with the details. But basically, I'm going to try to do more generally appealing stuff the rest of the week. I'll do my best to anyway. You starting the new island this Saturday for the Twitch only stream? I am going to pre-start the Twitch only. I'm going to pre-start the island because I don't want to make you guys sit through the beginning of the game. But I'm gonna like pre-start it and then maybe get to a point where like I have all of the beginner houses set up so that we can hunt to put villagers in there. And then I'll see how soon the like resort part of like the update is accessible. And we can mess around with that too. But no, I'm gonna pre-start a little. So that way we're not stuck watching me reset for forever, and also so that you're not stuck going through the tutorial. Because I also think the tutorial is a bit of a slog. I will go through that for you guys. So that we can be in a little bit of a cozier spot and get right to the fun stuff. Because I think villager hunting is fun. It's kind of like shiny hunting. And then, what's it called? Maybe working on the decoration stuff with you guys could also be fun. I can imagine the chaos you'll experience on Wednesday. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna pre-start during my days off, I think. Do some Animal Crossing and finally open up my Switch too. It's still in the box. I haven't touched it. I meant to as soon as I finished all of the stuff for debut, but I just ended up being focused on everything else and I just haven't gotten around to it. What? Yeah, I know, shocking. But I just haven't gotten around to it. It's also because I didn't have like Kirby Air Riders or any other like planned official game for it yet. So I was just kind of like, I don't know. So I've been leaving it in the box. But I'm going to take it out this week so that I can set up the island for everybody. Suggest a poll. Best way to deep fry food. Are there multiple ways to fry food? You're gonna need to tell me what they are to put on the poll, because I don't actually know. With a car battery thrown into a bathtub? Dang. Fair enough, I guess. We can only teach you the legal ways. I should hope so. Oh, okay, I got the actual responses. Okay. Dedicated, Friar, Deep Pan. I was about to write Deep Man. What does that mean? Help me. Dutch Oven. Other. That's Deep Man. Over oven. I know you meant oven. I know what a Dutch oven is, so I just corrected it for you. Okay, if those are the options you want them to choose from, then that's what we'll stick with. Okay, 5-minute poll. If you guys want to vote, you gotta go to Twitch. Mostly because I'm too lazy to also set it up on, YouTube. Hi. Speak of the Dutch and they appear. Hi, Tomoe Carmine. I was asked a poll, about, the best ways to deep fry food, and one of the options they had me put on the poll was Dutch oven. Except they kept saying Dutch over. And I was saying, oh, well, I know what a Dutch oven is. Limited rights to YouTube people, yes. Tomoe Carmine is the best way to deep fry food. Well, she does have, like, spectral ghost fire around her at all times. She could potentially fry food. But I guess it would be more like a air fry because it's hot air? Question mark? No oil, though. Because I do not think that Tomoe would be oily. Deep fried Tomoe. No, we're not deep frying Tomoe. Stop it. She's the Dutch over. Crazy. Crazy work out there. For the longest time, I thought that's when you farted under the blanket. Help! Help me! No, Tomoe, that's not what it's called. Oh, my stomach. That's crazy. Deep frying Tomoe is basically vocoding audio. Oh, you can't do that to me, actually. Vocoder audio files are one of the quickest ways to get me to laugh. I know I'm just feeding you guys more ammunition, for, like, when we do the media share stream. But I do always fucking laugh whenever someone applies a vocoder effect to something. One of my favorite soundboard sounds that I have in the Discord server that I have with Hitomi is a vocoder of a baby crying. Because it's so funny every time. It gets me every single time. It's so good. I play that every time I'm crying about something because I'm like, this is what I sound like right now. It's such a good sound. Hold on, can I get it to play? I think I can. I have to join the Discord server first. Hold on. Will this play properly? I hope so. I think I have to change it though. One second. Okay, and now I go to the soundboard. Where is the soundboard? Frick, I forget where... Oh, there it is. Okay. Hopefully this plays properly. I think it should. Ah, it's so quiet. Hold on, I have to adjust the sound for the soundboard. Okay, there we go. Now you should be able to hear it better. It's never not funny. It gets me every time. I love it. We have a lot of pretty good sounds in here, I'm not gonna lie. In a similar vein, we also have which we play every time we get fucking wiped out in a video game. Good fucking soundboard noises. We have other ones too. Discord soundboards were truly like God's gift to comedy, I think. Hanaki, welcome in and thank you for the head pat. That sound clip is going to wear through. What do you mean? But yeah, we have other sound clips that are really good. Many of them were my suggestion. A few of them were Hitomi's, but a lot of them were because they were memes that I really like. I forgot to turn down the soundboard sounds. I'm probably going to get jump scared the next time I join RVC, and if Hitomi plays a sound, I'm gonna die. I have a feeling I'm gonna forget. Hopefully I remember. Anyways. Good sounds in our soundboard. But yeah, I love to play the fucking auto-tune baby cry. That Brother Gone is also very good. We have a few other classic memes in there, and they're really good. 3 hour of silence, but vocoded baby plays in random times. Yeah, no, that would probably get me. Especially if I was in the middle of complaining about something and the baby cried. If I do any amount of complaining and then the baby noise appears, I'm just like, man, I know. I know I'm a baby. Stop. You don't gotta rub it in, 3 hour video. Yes, that was the sound that you heard. I was playing 2 of the sounds that are in me and my bestie's Discord server. Heard it here, folks. Yeah, I do be saying I'm a baby. Now we got you for the media share? Well, I should hope so. I hope you guys submit things that are funny. That is ultimately the point of the stream. I want them to be funny. I will probably set things up so that people can submit for that soon. TM. Because I'm thinking I'm gonna open it up like more of a forum, and then maybe I will have Hitomi compile everything into a video, so that way I can just play through the video on stream. Those kinds of noises in bad English. No, it's not bad English. It's like silly sounding blabbery words. Calling it bad English sounds bad. Like, that sounds inappropriate, and that's not what it is. It's more just like abstract, silly English. Improper words. This is also going to be a Twitch-only stream. It's probably gonna have to be, because I feel like depending on the memes that are submitted, YouTube might bonk it. Which is understandable. But yes, it is probably going to end up being a Twitch-only stream. I mean, there's a chance that Twitch could bonk it too, but I think it's less likely on Twitch than it is on YouTube. Form is better for control. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then Hitomi can go through all the submissions and compile them into one big file, so that way we could just watch like a really long video together.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Yukimi11, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. How many in water chips will drown do you think you'll get? Oh, probably so many. That is also a very, classique one that I love that will probably get me multiple times. In water, chimps will drown. Yuno admits to being baby coded. Oh, I do all the time. I appropriate that I seem like a baby in order to benefit me. I use it to benefit me. If other people call me a baby, I'm like, you can't say that. But I can call myself a baby girl, and then it's only true when I say it. Do you understand? It's only true when I say it. You can't call me that. Why are you gnawing on the chat room wall? Please don't do that. We try to keep things clean and neat and orderly around here. Do not leave marks on the walls. Thanks. Very logical. Thanks. I'm very big brain. Is both I'm baby and do not the baby. I am both I'm baby and also do not call me baby. Too long since the key jingling, I guess? Yes, and the key jingling has been retired, so... yeah. It's been too long and you're never getting it back. I am sorry to say. How will I recover? You can find somebody else who's willing to be your mother. Because that's never going to be me. Baby Red X baby. True. That brings back super early Kaya memories. Kaya memories? I mean, she did act like the baby for a while. Oh, right, the baby girl thing, the Carl. I am glad that that bit was retired, and I'm glad that she doesn't seem to be doing anything like Carl as, the dragon. We don't need that to come back ever. I did have Kaya react to my music choices. That was fun. Oh, right, she opened submissions for, everyone to add stuff to a playlist for her last stream, right? That seems like fun. Maybe I'll do something like that sometime too. So that way we can have a work playlist or something. I'd have to do a stream where it would make sense for us to have a shared playlist first. I haven't really been doing any, like, work streams or anything in the past while. So waiting for Yuno Pratt to come back. Well, luckily, Yuno Pratt can't come back because Yuno Pratt is tied to the green one. My friend uses Nightbot for music requests. That might help. True. I am aware of Nightbot. I don't have Nightbot set up for my Twitch, but I will consider. I'll look into it some more. I really liked the Pomodoro streams, comfy. I also liked them. I just haven't really been doing my work on stream much lately. I tend to just do my work offline. Mostly because I'm giving myself the time to do it now that I don't stream in the afternoons as frequently as I was before. Not that I'm, like, never streaming in the afternoons. I just stick to doing it for the weekend. And I don't usually want to work in the evenings. I'm always just like, you know what, I'm good. I'm good, I don't really want to. When you call her baby, but it means she never leaves the crib and you have to feed her. Oh god. Not the infantilization. We distract Yuno too much? That's not true. I got so much work done during my members' work stream. I think the answer is probably just for me to do stuff with members. Forgot to read the Patreon post. Did you know Yuno has a Patreon? I do have a Patreon, yes. Patreon members got spoiled on Saturday because I posted the updated art folder with the 2.0 artworks. And I also gave them 2 posts. I have one more post I have to write. There is one more post that they are owed that I haven't gotten to yet. I'm planning to have that finished by like Thursday. Unless I manage to finish it tomorrow during tomorrow's work, but I don't know how likely that is. Because it's going to be both a December and a 2025 wrap-up, so it's going to be a pretty long one. But yeah, if you're at all interested, you should become a member on the Patreon. If you don't subscribe on Twitch, as like a paid subscriber, I mean, you can subscribe to Patreon, and Patreon will give you access to weekly members-only streams where we'll do all kinds of stuff. Lots of yapping, we have members game nights. This week's members-only stream, we're going to be discussing some stuff for watch-alongs, because we've discussed the idea of doing more frequent watch-alongs together. I'm going to make a proper post about this for members later, but there will be some caveats for what can be suggested for those, but I'm thinking maybe once a month we'll do like a watch-along of something. And then, we do like, I don't know, I haven't done too much other, like, more unique stuff, quote-unquote, with members, but we've been thinking about even, like, having some game playthroughs be specifically for members as well, but that isn't, like, fully confirmed. It was just an idea I kicked around in the last stream. Not fully set in stone, but maybe. I say we watch the Spy Kids trilogy. Honestly, I'm so down. I loved Spy Kids. I don't know what it was about that era of, like, kids media with, like, kids all wanting to be spies, but I ate that shit up. I wanted to be a child spy so fucking bad. I loved, like, practically every media that I consumed that involved kids being secret agents. I don't know what kind of weird propaganda they were trying to spread for children at that time, but I wanted the microwave, same. They had such good tech. She kicks ideas around after tiring of kicking the Damadachi around. I don't kick you! When have I ever kicked you around? I have squished you like a stress ball, but I have never kicked you. Shaking my head. I would never kick you. Not yet? No, not ever. It's more fun to squeeze. It's more satisfying to squeeze you. She won't even kick us a little. Please stop crying about it as if you want it. How's Dama Plush doing? Dama Plush is sitting on my bed right now. Currently, I think he ended up accidentally underneath my pom-pom pudding plush. Sometimes my plushies all end up in like a haphazard pile, and then they all kind of like squish each other. And I think that that's what happened to Dama Plush. I think Dama Plush is under the big pom-pom pudding right now. I remember seeing the little poke of green when I looked under the pom-pom pudding earlier. And I was like, oh, R.I.P. But yeah, he's good. He hangs out on the bed. with the other plushies that I've got. This fat ass is suffocating us. Don't say that about my son! He's big and he's full of love and I love him, okay? Don't disrespect my boy like that. Yes, he has a fat ass, but what about it? Is it healthy? Someone's mascot plush got harmed by excessive hugging. Yeah, no, he's still fine. He still has all of his floof. I will say this was something that I think happened like during the manufacturing of the Dama plush, but one of his little flame tufts does not have enough fluff in it. I think the fluff ended up weirdly distributed because he has kind of a weird shaped head. I love my son and his weird shaped head, but it's kind of floppy there. But that was like a problem when I unboxed it. So that isn't something that was caused by use. It was just, it's always been kind of like that. There isn't enough fluff up there. Kind of empty. But no, he's been good. Even if I give him lots of hugs or if I hold him when I play a scary game or whatever, he has been behaving. He was dropped as a kid, don't make fun of him. I would never make fun of him. That's my funny little guy. He's petering out. No! No, he's not. He's fine. He's okay. But no, I've been taking good care of him. Everything's good. He's doing well. I love that little guy. Because he's one of the smaller plushies that I have, it's a lot easier for me to pick him up and use him at my desk if I need to have something to squish. If I have sad girl hours, I squeeze him. He needs more oxygen and get the bellows. But yeah, no, he's fine. Don't worry. We're flaccid and weirdly shaped. Yes, and you are still fine. Do not worry. Anyhow. He's doing good. I love him. The real estate on my bed is pretty dire, though. I definitely can't justify getting any more plushies for the next little while. Fine or fine, Yuno-han, cool. He's fine. Time for a bigger bed. My bed's already pretty big, though. I don't know if I could fit... Well, I probably could fit a slightly bigger bed. But it would probably be a tighter squeeze. What about a 2.0 plush? Like a plush of my 2.0 design? I mean, if I could ever find a reliable manufacturer where I don't have to pay a ton of costs up front. Also, we would have to guarantee that everyone would be willing to actually buy it. Because the minimum order quantity, or MOQ, for plushies is usually pretty high. So I'd have to be able to guarantee that everybody would be willing to actually buy it. At least enough to meet the minimum. It can't just be something 5 people buy. Usually, from what I've seen, MOQ for plushies tends to be closer to like 50. 50 people would have to be willing to buy it in order to justify the production of a plushie. Bunk bed for the plushies? Honestly, could be a strat. First time a plush was green, now we need to get you a purple one. Aw, that'd be cute. Purple guy. Then I could have the 2 primary colors. It could be something 5 people buy 100 times. That's crazy. I would love if that were the case. Hang a hammock for the plushies. I could also feasibly do that too. I have plenty of wall space where I could do something like that. But I guess I would just be worried that the hammock would end up falling down somehow. Plushie gacha one randomly is signed. It'd be kind of hard to sign a plushie. We don't have enough canon Yuno Hanaki designs in order to justify a plushie gacha. Maybe after I have like 5 iterations, 5 of the 7 colors of the rainbow, then we can consider a plushie gacha. I don't have enough alternate outfits to do something like that. You can sign on the tag, I guess. I suppose that's true. Damagacha. True. I did always think it would be kind of fun because the Damadachi have like 5 different designs. I think it would be fun to do like a blind box item sometime. Like a blind box for like pulling a little Damadachi accessory, like a keychain or something, or like a little figure. And you just get like a random color, and then the secret item is the Hitomi. So you could have a little Hitomi figure. I have thought about doing something like that. That was around the time that Nene produced her blind box merch. Obviously she did it with multiple versions of herself, but I was thinking that it would be kind of funny to do like blind box Damadachi since we have so many designs. And the Hitomi design. So you could get the secret mama. That would work with acrylic charms? I guess so, but acrylic merch is so boring to me. I mean, I guess if enough people wanted it, I'd be willing to look into an acrylic charm blind box type of thing. But I just personally feel like acrylic charms are kind of boring. I love that idea. I will write it down then. I will pencil it for a future opportunity should one ever arise. But it'd be cute. Also, if we decided to do acrylic charms, I guess we could also do it with Yuno too, where like, you get a different version of Yuno playing with all the different colors of Damadachi. And then you could get like a bonus really cute one of me and Hitomi doing some sort of affectionate fan service. That could be cute. There are little plush keychains that could work. True, it could be a plush keychain or like an omanju shape. You guys are a little bit too funky shaped to fully be round, but you're close enough to being round that an omanju shape could work. I will think it over. There are plenty of options. I'd have to like discuss it and figure out like, because also going back to the discussion of MOQ, it would be interesting to see what like the best option would be for a drop like that. Full 1-to-1 figure, Jesus, no. That would be so much fucking money, and the MOQ for that would probably be so high. I do want a full figure one day, but I'm not nearly famous enough. I am not nearly famous enough, and my design is rather complicated, so it would cost a lot of money to produce one. Less complicated than 1.0, but like, still a complicated design. Tamadachi Taki. No, you guys are going to get a Yuno Daki at some point in the future. You don't need a Damadachi one. Why are you eye zooming? You should already know this. I'm kind of interested in a Damadachi one. Why do you want to hold a Daki of yourself? You guys are weird. Self-love, baby. You know what? I love that for you. Little green cheeks. Okay, how about this? What if we do a Dominachi Booba mouse pad where you guys show off your little green cheeks? What if we do a Dominachi butt pad? Throw pillow cover? That would be kind of funny. It's not the same. Please. I'm not making a docky of you. That's weird. Put two Dominachi next to each other. Apparently they want to make out with themselves, so I guess it makes sense. Cheek pad, Reina style. You guys don't have puffy cheeks, though. Wife docky. Again, we've discussed the idea of a wife docky. That would be like a neck pillow, and it would be more shaped like my thighs. Flesh colored, and then one side has the design for wife on it. But it's a neck pillow, so it's like you're choking yourself with my thighs. We've discussed this already. Definitely taking that on the airplane. The good thing about it, too, is that it would be subtle enough that it would just look like a fancy pillow that has, like, a flower pattern on it. It's subtle enough that it wouldn't really look like thighs, especially because I'm so pale. It would just look like a white pillow with, like, a pretty bellflower design on it. No one will know. That's the kind of realistic, subtle merch we need. That's thinking with business. That's the business brain. Why is that neck pillow wearing a skirt? But no, there are plenty of ideas for merch. Many that I have, many that we have discussed together, whether silly or not silly. I'm just not really in a position to be able to make merch right now, because a lot of the opportunities I've looked into for merch, I have to provide all of the artwork. And I'm not really in a position to afford the artwork right now. So, like, it's understandable, but it's always just like, that's the hardest part, is having to pay for the artwork that can then be used for the merch. Because the minute you ask for something that you can make into merch, it becomes so expensive. So I have to budget for it. Bleh. When you are in one, I can't wait to get an acrylic of your key visual of Ourple. Yes. Don't worry. I do hope that whenever I can get an opportunity, I will present the Ourple. The Ourple girl. I saw ads in Japan for literal thigh pillows. Makes sense to me. That might be a little bit hard to pitch to Western manufacturers, but I can see there being a market for it. Commercial rights contracts? Yeah. It gets so expensive. And if you look on, like, other platforms to just try and find people that are willing to draw for VTuber merch, they always charge, like, extra fees for physical merch and then, like, commercial rights, which is totally understandable. This is not me saying that that's not fair, because it is. It just means that you have to budget for big dollar. And sometimes, even if you try to budget, they might end up charging you more than what you expect. Because sometimes it's just it's like a quote-by-quote basis. And having a design like mine, I usually have to account for things like complex design fees. Which means that they charge a little bit extra because my design can be complicated. So... tablet. Or cookie cutter YCH. Sometimes it can be that too. There have been options for merch that are YCH. That are sometimes a little bit more affordable, but then that means it's not unique. And I, for one, think that merch should be a little bit unique. that's just me. But don't worry, I am looking into things and researching, especially because I have merch rewards for the Yuno-thon that I have to fulfill at some point. Merch from Sumeragi-sensei? Oh, it would be so nice to ask her to make merch for me. I'd love to ask about it, but again, that goes back to the it's probably going to cost a lot of money. That would be so perfect. I mean, I do know for sure I want to get a quote from her about Dakimakura art. This is something I've talked about for a while. And now I can finally tell you that while I've been waiting to announce that Sumeragi Kohaku was my mama, one of the series that she worked for, she drew a Dakimakura of a character for it. And I stared at it for so long because I was just like, fuck, it's so good. It was very Eroi, so it'd be very nice to have a Yuno Hanaki version of that. And I'd like to ask them for a quote to see how much something like that would cost, art-wise. But I just haven't gotten around to it because I am scared. I would feel bad if I were to ask for a quote, I should say, and then it ends up being out of my range, and then I have to be like, ugh, I can't right now. That would make me so stressed out. I don't want to do that to her. Do you have the link in hand? Would love to see the level of Daki she can draw. Let me see if I can find it. She tweeted it a few months ago, so I don't know if I will be able to easily find it, but I will look. I'll do a quick look around. Perhaps I can find it. Was it this character? I know that the Daki isn't available anymore, but maybe I can still find the image. No, it wasn't this character. It's not showing me the pictures because I am not logged in. I have to find it. I'm finding all these other women and I'm like, great, not who I'm looking for. Great, not who I'm looking for. I do so love women, but I'm not finding the thing. I don't know if I'll be able to find it because it might just be completely unavailable now. It's okay you tried, thank you. I wish I had saved it. The fact that I didn't save it is probably the skill issue on my part. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Oh, they have an archive, actually. Okay, wait, maybe I can find it. Because I know it's no longer available to buy. But surely I can find the archive of it. Because I know how the character looks. Yeah! Kochira. Woo! Spicy. Whoa! I forgot how spicy this was. Can I share this link and not die? I hope so. Retweet? I can't retweet it because the actual images were not posted, but I can post the link on my sub account. The one that actually lets me post spice. I will not be posting it on main. Because if I posted this on main, I'd get canceled. Well, not canceled, but my freaking account would get obliterated. We're trying to actually make sure I can have a social media presence, gamers. I will link to the tweet, though, because it's just a tweet. It's just a tweet. It is merely a tweet. Your mom is wild, and and do you understand now why I've been telling you guys that I want to get the Daki from her? Do you understand now? You give us a Daki of that level and we're all getting 10? That's crazy. Awooga! So true, man. You're so right. But no, when I saw her advertise that she drew this, I just stared at it for so long and I was like, someday. Tell us how many we need to order, numbers will be met. Getting faster at typing all of that. Wow, your fingers just move on their own, huh? I'll pay the tariffs, I don't give a fuck. It's so funny, it even got you to say fuck. That's how you know. One to collect, one to hug, one to use, 24 to wallpaper the room. All right, I'm listening. We're at 27. Good. But yeah, no, I want to get art from my mama for the Daki. The Daki that I do owe you guys and you will get eventually. I just need to figure out how much she wants for the art, and then I also need to look into the actual process of the manufacturing, because it's very, very lewd, as you can see. It's very, very lewd, as you can see. So there are companies who have done Dakimakura for VTubers in the West before, but maybe not necessarily to this level of eroi. So I have to find a company that'd be willing to be that eroi. Eroi na. But it's so good. Crazy work, I fear. Anyway, you're welcome. Also, great time to mention, Sumeragi Kohaku does have a not safe for work account where they promote their not safe for work art materials. They haven't used it too much recently. I think they like just posted on it again for the first time in a while because they're gonna be working on an eroge soon. And have done art for an eroge that is releasing soonish. But yeah. They do not shy away from the spice, so to speak. Thanks for the link, no problem. As I said, I don't think you can get the Dakimakura anymore because it was a limited time like pre-order thing, but you can at least admire the artwork. Which you should do, because Sakuragi Kohaku's artwork is insane. I'm so glad I can finally talk about that, because I've literally been staring at that Dakimakura like, oh, they don't know. They don't know what I mean when I say that I want my mama to draw. Now that we're talking about mama again, I'm looking at Ourple Girl and no, I do that all the time. I was talking to, so when I was waiting for Atoner's golf collab to start, I was hanging out in the VC because I got there first for prep. And he was talking to me about how he recognized the eye art style when I showed the design to him before, but he didn't clock that it was Sumeragi until I said it during my debut. And he was just like, that's crazy that you got like the artist of your favorite Otome game to draw for you. And I was like, I know, I still feel like it's crazy. I can't believe it. Roommates, dude, what's up with your new pillow cover and sheets and wallpaper and truck cover? Oh my god, if the first Itasha is with the art from the Daki, I think I would die. But that would also be awesome. If the first ever Yuno Hanaki Itasha is with the art from the Dakimakura, I think that would be wild. Pulled over for too much spice. No, the joke is that you get pulled over thinking that it's because your truck is too lewd, but it's actually because the officer is just like, hey, so who's that girl? Who's the girl on your truck? Converting more people into Damadachi because the woman on your truck is too pretty. Or the officer is a Damadachi. So true. The officer's like, can you come with me? And you step out of your vehicle to follow them to the car thinking you're about to be arrested, but then you just see that it's because the officer wants to show you that he's got the Daki on in the passenger seat. Crazy. That's wife and Yuno, I guess I have to include her to carry wife. That is so fucked up. That is so sick and twisted. Why is that Daki in cuffs? Don't worry about it. Damn. Channel QR code on the tailgate. Wait, you're cooking. Wait, you're cooking. Anyway. So yeah, You know why she's in cuffs? Yeah, I do. That's crazy. Let's move off of this topic now. This was just proof of concept, okay? Subscribe to Patreon. Yeah, please do actually. If you subscribe to the Patreon, we will be one step closer to me being able to one day afford my mama's artwork for a Dakimakura. Honestly, I feel like if I were to ask sometime soon for a quote, for the artwork, I mean, I feel like if I put up a goal for it on Sponsa, it would probably be met pretty fast if you guys knew what it was for, now that I've shown you the sample. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it would be pretty quickly met. But it really depends, because I don't know. I'm not sure what she would charge for something like that. I have to ask her. Kickstarter. I'm not doing a Kickstarter for this. Not doing a Kickstarter for this. We don't need to do all that. Astra and Aura art would be perfect for Itasha, actually. Oh, the fan art that Astra drew? I think that's fair. It does look like it has the right pose for an Itasha. It would obviously have to be blown up to be like way bigger. But it would probably look good on there, yes. Hello! Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, Hanaki. Oh, thank you for the head pat, too. Thank you, thank you. Are you guys happy now that the head pat cooldown is shorter? I'm getting more pats per in one stream now. Do you think that I have reduced it to a good time? I think I have. Yes? Okay, good. It is? Yes, now you can redeem it every 10 minutes. Instead of 30. I reduced it earlier today during my like housekeeping, changing of things. Pats per second has increased to satisfactory levels. Is this acceptable to you? Yeah. And I am still thinking how easy it will be to you're being punished, I guess. Is your BG and clothes representing Japan? Yes, I am a half Oni from Onigashima, so I am a very Japanese themed VTuber, yes. Sorry to immediately punish you. It's chat that's being punished, not you specifically, new chatter, but you have been thrown into emote jail for a couple of minutes. Still not 30 seconds, but we are closer. I'm not doing every 30 seconds. People would be spamming it. The main reason I have the cooldown at the way that it is because I don't want it to be spammed all of the time. I don't really like redeems that are too intrusive upon the vibes. But I think 10 minutes between head pats is good. 31 seconds. They are trying to barter. YouTube is trying to barter as if they have access to the Twitch redeems. Crazy. Crazy work. 32, take it or leave it. It has nothing to do with you! Stop this. Anyway, yes, I am a Japanese-themed VTuber. I am wearing a kimono. You can't really see right now because I am sitting at a table, but I am wearing a kimono top. I am an oiran, which is like a high-ranking courtesan. As you can see, I have a very Japanese-themed room. My whole house is Japanese-themed because my chatting screen is also a Japanese-themed room. That's my bedroom. Well, yeah, that's the theme here. That's the vibe. And then I have a lot of traditional Japanese instruments in like my BGMs and stuff. I also like to sing cover songs that have wagaki instrumentals. Yes. We already don't have rights, so we might as well barter with that said 33 seconds. Sounds about right. No. You guys can't barter. You don't have that sort of control here. Not like this, man. Every 40 minutes. Amazing. Can we write lewd fanfics about me? I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that request. I guess guess if it's like... I get... How would I want to word this? It is not the One Piece Onigashima. Ignore this man. It's not One Piece Onigashima. It's Onigashima from Japanese folklore. Like fucking Momotaro. You are a courtesan after all and a high-ranking one? Well, yes. But I think specifically with fanfic, it's... I'm okay with it. You still have to tag it with the not safe for work tag. But it either has to be solo or it has to be like with like a nondescript person. Do not write it as if it is a self-insert character or like a Damadachi doing lewd things to Yuno. I wouldn't really like that. Because we don't have that kind of dynamic together. What about VTuber x VTuber? If the other VTuber that you're choosing to write the fanfic about is okay with having lewd fanfics written about them too, then it's fine. But I would prefer not. Because, like, I feel like some people might feel weird about the idea of getting shipped with another VTuber if they don't necessarily know them that well. I thought you were representing a fox spirit. No, I am an Oni. I am an Oni type of VTuber. I do not have fox ears. I have horns. What about with Limbo? That would be kind of funny to see, I'm not gonna lie, considering I don't know if you guys really understand Limbo's personality. I'd probably be very critical about it. But, like, pairing with fictional characters, I suppose, is okay. I'm more okay with that than I am with being paired with another VTuber. How about Green X ourple? That is certainly a choice. I don't really mind it though, I suppose. I'm not super into self-cessed like other people are. I don't really care, but like, it's not really something that I'm like into. I don't really have a preference one way or the other. You know, exotic hypnosis fic? Those are... None of those words are in the Bible. The only way that I would be okay with a hypnosis fic is if I am the one doing the hypnotizing to somebody else. I don't write fanfiction of me getting hypnotized. I don't like that. Honestly, the only reason I tolerate artists drawing Yuno hypnotized is because that is just what they draw. They don't usually draw a character being the hypnotist. That's the only reason I tolerate it. They wouldn't be drawing Yuno at all otherwise, so... Self-cessed Yuno hypnosis? No. Do not do that. It wouldn't make sense canonically because I do not like to be hypnotized, so no. Can you read Japanese? A little bit. Baby level kanji. I can read hiragana and katakana perfectly. I can read very elementary kanji. I'm trying to get better at kanji. I have a kanji study book that goes up to N3. I just haven't gotten very far in it yet. I am learning. I am trying to get better at it, but there's like, plenty of kanji I can't read. Kore yomemasu ka? Yomemasu. When was the last time anybody got hypnotized? I haven't seen it in a TV show for like years. It's definitely a trope that has kind of died out. I feel like it's less common because people just tend to think that it's very hokey and that it's not real, among other things. I think a lot of times if hypnosis happens, it tends to happen like off screen. Like something happens to a character to brainwash them off screen. And you only find out later that the character has been brainwashed, and then the whole focus of the story becomes snapping them out of it instead of like watching it occur. It does still occur in like a few other pieces of media maybe, but like It's definitely less common now compared to before. Yuno ga kawaii. Kawaiku nai yo. Nihongo Jozu. I don't know how I feel about getting Nihongo Jozu'd by my chat right now. I have not heard of hypnosis for ages up until you came around. Smile. Such is my life. It is a very niche interest, but it is a niche interest that I am very passionate about. I see it all the time on Nettle's Twitter. Well, yes. Well, yes. There's a reason for that. I don't know if you caught on. Nah, I tease out of love. Good niche to cover. That, I mean, true. All things considered. Barely tapped upon niche. There are like a handful, I think, of VTubers that also do a little bit of hypnotism, but not a ton. My food delivery driver took so long, all my food is cold. No! Do you have access to a microwave and or an air fryer? Hopefully you can make it warmer. Having to wait so long the food gets cold is always the freaking worst. That happened to me this morning. I got hotcakes and they were really cold by the time they showed up and I was like, rats. Cold cakes? Yeah, they were cold cakes. Bro ordered hotcakes but just got cakes. It really do be like that. Cold cakes. Pensive. One-star review delivered cold cakes. It's such a shame too, because the restaurant wasn't that far away from the box. So I was just like, I don't know why it ended up so cold, but I think it's just because they took too long. It's also cold outside. Onigashima has been very chilly the past couple of days, so it could also have just been because it was cold outside. So even only being outside in the cold for a couple of minutes was enough to make them very cold. They were still yummy though. I am only lightly complaining, but they were actually quite good. Would have been better if they were warm, but it's okay. Murasaki no, Jo? Ga daisuki? Yeah, me too. Watashi mo daisuki. Onigashima's freezer door is open. Can they close it, please? It's too dang cold. We do have a lot of mountains, though, so it just tends to make things very cold. I hope Yuno has plenty of tea or hot cocoa in the box. I do not have any of those things because I don't like warm drinks. But I do have warm blankets that I can wrap myself in when I am cold. Oh no, when it's by itself, very fair. The kids are happy here. School canceled. Too dang cold. Dang. That's real cold. If I ever wrote a fanfic, it would involve Yuno's hair being cut and delivered to the Emperor. Damn, what did I ever do to you? The idea of Yuno with short hair is so weird to me. I got so used to like my default like long hair, even with 1.0, that it feels weird to imagine me with like any sort of short hair. Even like with the bun hairstyle, which technically makes my hair look shorter. They're still very big buns, which implies that I still have like a lot of hair in order to make them, you know? So it's like, The idea of short hair, like truly short hair, is crazy. Like, imagine me without these buns and it was just like the head of hair at the side bang. I don't know how I feel about that. It doesn't make sense to me. Ponytail Yuno? Ponytail Yuno was a potential hairstyle. Of all of the hairstyles that Sumeragi Sensei conceptualized for me, ponytail was actually the second one that they decided on. Ponytail was actually their second suggestion, after the buns. And it looked cute, but to me, I feel like ponytail designs can be kind of hard to work with because you don't really get to see the ponytail behind the model at all, because you don't really get to see the model's backside. So, like, the concept of it is cute, but it has to either be, like, a side pony so you can see more of it, or it has to be a ponytail that, like, drapes over the front side of a person. Rogue, you know? True. But not to say I don't love ponytails, because I do love ponytails a lot. It's just, they're not very good for models specifically. Don't go ponytail, I'd like you to stick around. Yeah, no dead mom side pony. That's why Yuno chose the buns, so we could see Yuno's buns without seeing the backside. You're so funny, bro. Jokes that have never been told before. Chibi does have ponytail at least. It turned out very good. Yes, Chibi has ponytail, but you will also note that it's like a small ponytail and the rest of the hair is still visible because it's just down. But yes, Chibi does have access to ponytail because it is angled towards the side. You can actually see it. Average size ponytail? I mean, maybe to some people's perspective of length. Oh, random fun fact about the model that I remembered because I was looking at my textures earlier. I have a belly button. I have a belly button. So if I ever get an outfit in the future where I have like a cropped top, or if I have like anything that can expose my stomach, I have a real belly button. The belly button is real. The belly button. Misete. I figured that was a default on VTuber models. No, actually. My stomach in 1.0 did not have a belly button on it at all. It's honestly not that common to have a lot of details drawn on, like, the bottom body. At least not until it becomes necessary for an outfit. But my mama gave me... My mama blessed me with a lot of details. That, like, will work very well in the future when it comes to getting different outfits. Nails and a belly button, we got so spoiled. Another reason to sing the praises of Mama. You are correct for this. I do love Mama. It made me very happy to see. I was just like, whoa. Belly button. A lot of the details on me are very beautiful. Very nice. I will be prepared should I ever get certain kinds of outfits. When I was talking about it with Hitomi said that it might have been included in the event I ever get like an official swimsuit outfit, and I was like, I didn't even think about the idea of getting a swimsuit. And then the gears in my brain started turning. You can't just ask people why they're still purple. Well, what if I'm asking me for the sake of clickbaiting in my title? Got any plans for a second outfit yet? Got any crubs? Yes. If you paid any attention during the Yuno-thon, you would know that there were 2 silhouettes that were being advertised on all of my graphics and stuff, and in my thumbnails. Orple's key visual, and then also yellow. The crumb for the next outfit is that it's yellow. And you have seen the key visual silhouette already, so you can kind of get like a vague idea of how it might look. But she's going to be very, very yellow. It's going to be very different from 2.0. I was about to say different from 1.0. I mean, obviously. But it's going to be very different from 2.0. Totally different, like, vibe switch up. And my mama has even said that as well. Sumeragi has been like... When we were working on it, she was like, these models have, like... well, the models and then, like, the different hairstyles, make each iteration feel very distinct, but they're all very cute. That was my mama's, assessment of me. Definitely sheep woman. Yes, I'm going to be a yellow sheep. You figured it out. I'm gonna be a Mareep. Mareep Yuno. The other crumb is that yellow is going to have 2 hairstyles, and the hairstyles are going to be completely different from the ones I have for this outfit. So it's going to be completely different from default and completely different from buns. 2 completely different hairstyles from these. Look forward to it. Someday. Balded mohawk. No. Reverse mohawk. No. You know, in a sundress eventually, I pray. That would be very cute. A sundress could be very cute. I don't know what color that would be for, though. If I was going to assign it to one of the, like, color fits for the Universe. I look at OL Yuno daily. An OL outfit could also be fun. Will yellow continue the trend of having exponentially more wiggles? I mean, maybe? It depends on how the yellow outfit ends up getting rigged, because my model is going to always have this, like, base level of rigging on my body. But the rigging for the outfit is going to be like the thing that is different or upgraded, I guess. Like, the base body isn't really gonna change after this. The way that I move now is the way that my body's always gonna move, but the outfit might be wiggly and bouncy in a different way. So you always have peak wiggles as a base. Yes!
Yep, your soul will do.
Hitomi, congratulations on the 4-month resub of your 6-month gift sub. That's so crazy to think that someone gifted you 6 months of a membership. You're on month 4 of it, though. Imagine she gets through all 6 months of it and then she doesn't bother to get her own sub. I think that'd be funny. I think it would have to be a yellow altar. Oh, there's an idea. I never really thought about the idea of making another outfit for an already existing, like, color variant. But that's a very, interesting idea. I will have to consider that further. We'll reach wiggle critically at the 3rd outfit. Very true. Critical levels of wiggling. But yes, everybody say hi to Hitomi. I believe she is cleaning her room right now. If she has not finished cleaning her room, that's bad because she probably needs to go to bed soon for work. Wish her luck with cleaning her room. Will the 5 Yunos come together to save the world? There's gonna be more than 5. At the very least, there's going to be 7 for all of the primary colors of the rainbow. Good luck de-stinking your room. Yeah, de-stinkify it. Stimpky. Ugh. Ugh, man, I love water. Every time I take a sip of my water, I'm drinking like 4 big glugs. Because I'm so thirsty. How about your room? My room? I have some trash that I could take out. But it's not terrible. On a scale of astronomical to 10. That's crazy. I think my room is at like a 6.5. It's definitely cluttered. There's some stuff I could do to declutter. Definitely not, like, crazy bad. Time for a garage sale. In the dead of winter, nobody's going to come to that. People only come to garage sales in, like, spring or summer. I'm going to ignore YouTube chat for a little bit because they're just making 6-7 jokes and we don't need to do that here. Big ups to water. So true. Big ups to water. Real big fan. The 7 rainbow Yunos in their journey to awaken the long-lost gray Yuno. Grayscale Yuno. I kind of like that idea. It's a good concept. I don't really have a set story for the Universe. I just know that I want there to be multiple colors that I play around with because I like color changing between outfits and iterations. I do have, at the very least, a story for why yellow and purple come to be. Like, how they exist in relation to green. But after that, I don't really know how I'm going to come up with lore for the other outfits. I want to come up with lore for them, though, because how could I not? I am, like, one of the lore tubers. The Yuno colorverse. Yeah, the Yunoverse. That lady who bought an unassuming card table at a garage sale for $25 only to find out it was a $200,000 to $300,000 card table. Man, I wish that could be me. I wish I could sell everything during a yard sale and then a random, like, appraiser shows up and is like, oh, that thing you have is actually worth, like, $100,000. And I could be like, say less? Writing is your specialty. I'm sure you'll think of something good. Yeah, I have plans for... Well, I had plans for purple, obviously, that you got to see during debut. And I have an idea for yellow as well. And I've mentioned this before, but yellow is actually supposed to be first. So chronologically, things might look a little funky when I work on stuff for yellow. Because yellow is supposed to be the in-between of green and ourple. But it will make sense, I promise. From the silhouette, you're going for different fashion styles too, looking forward to yellow. Yeah, I mean, it's just like... I just like changing up the vibes between outfits. Because I feel like the fun thing about a new outfit is getting to, like, refresh a lot of aspects of, like, the channel and, like, the aesthetic and everything. Purple is still always going to be the main. Like, purple is the primary. Purple is what you will see if I'm ever in, like, big promotional events and stuff, because it's the core of the brand. But I still like changing things up and having, like, lots of variety. I particularly have always loved, like, changing hair colors and stuff. I think it's fun that way. Because if you have something like an undertone or, like, streaks in your hair, I feel like it makes sense that you would one day want to, like, change it. I just think that makes it fun. And also, since my mama is a very talented character designer, my dream is to be able to come to her and be like, okay, mama, the next outfit that I would like to have, I want it to be, let me just pick like a random color. Random color, red. I just want to be able to go to my mama and be like, the next theme is red. Design a red version. Make her cool. And then mama could just be like, okay, and then like coughs up this beautiful design for a red character. Like, that's my dream. I just want to like have Subaragi Sensei design an entirely new color version of me, because I think it would be neat. Cyan. I mean, a cyan version could also be cool. Cyano. Changing the streaks in the underlayer color is neat. If it's there, why not use it? That's why I was always kind of bummed when it was implied by management that I probably wouldn't be able to change away from green when I was still under Kawaii, because they were like, green is a core part of your existing brand. They probably will not let you change it for anything. And I was like, man, but it'd be so much more fun to change it. And I was like, man, some of the other senpai are changing their heart colors. Why can't I do it? Why not me? Why not Yuno have? But they probably would have, like, strong-armed me into keeping the green. Maybe they would have let me add additional, like, streaks a little bit, but yeah. Did they ever say yes to anything you suggested? Sometimes? I think usually it was never, like, a hard no, but they would be like, it might be hard for XYZ reason. Like, they'd kind of be like, temper your expectations. I think because they didn't want me to get too excited about something on the off chance that it got shot down. I also just think that management were just trying to be abundantly cautious in the event that there were no's, because they thought that there was a chance there could be one. I think my manager just always erred on the side of negative. Didn't want to, like, get my hopes up too high in case it didn't work out. We all know what blue will be. What's blue gonna be? No, really, what do you think blue's gonna be? I haven't really thought that much about blue. I have a vague idea, but I haven't formally picked anything. Buno. Well, that's what I meant. Also, it'd be Bluno. Put an L in there. Randomly generate 3 numbers from 0 to 255 and send that as the RGB color code for a new Yuno iteration. Honestly, that's kind of big brain. How many permutations would be possible if we did it that way? Way too many. No? Frick you then. Yuki Onna? No! That's not true! Yuki Onna's gonna be white. Yuki Onna's white because snow. I've said this before. Yuki Onna is white. And is probably going to be the one that comes after yellow. So to the person who asked future outfits, I have 2 in mind. Any colors after that? No fucking clue, really. I've had multiple ideas, but I haven't really cemented any of them. But for sure, we know what yellow is because yellow is done. And then the next color that I do, that I have like a solid idea of, is white, and it's gonna be the Yuki Onna theming. 255 cubed, 16,581,375. Guess what, guys? That's how many iterations of Yuno we could have. But yeah, Yuki Onna is going to be white. As for blue, the vague idea that I have had for blue, when it comes to just like random ideas that I have, is like a siren. Like a siren or a mermaid, like something more like aqua themed. That's the vibe that I have for blue, but I don't really have anything like cemented for that. However, Having blue be the swimsuit outfit and then have her be more like mermaid, evil siren vibes. And then combining it with like ourple accent colors could be really pretty. Sounds like fire. Thank you. It's just a vague idea though. I'm not like fully sold on it. How deep of a blue are we talking? Like, I'm thinking really deep blue, but I also want there to be accents of like light blue. I'm thinking at the very least like a sapphire blue or like a deep royal blue. I like the idea of sapphire tones. Water ocean colors. The ocean. Can't wait to try and find the difference between beige Yuno and off-white Yuno. Beige and ecru. Siren Yuno sitting on top of an ambulance and shrieking for other cars to move. Yeah. Aquamarine blue, green Yuno for mermaid, deep ocean blue for siren, midnight blue for stellar Yuno. I do like the idea of a star-themed Yuno too, because I've always loved star aesthetics. When I still thought that I was going to be either the silhouette that I didn't know was Tomoe and the silhouette that I didn't know was Nano, I was thinking I was going to be Nano, because I had a feeling that she was going to be like alien themed, like alien like kind of space colors. I didn't realize she was going to actually end up being blue. That was kind of a lucky guess. But when I thought that I was going to potentially end up being her, I really wanted to be her because I've always loved like star and like space aesthetic VTuber designs. I just think they're so cool. So the idea of there eventually being a Yuno of the stars is honestly pretty likely. Galaxy themed Yuno Hanaki could happen. Is real and it could happen. It could happen to you. Something like Olympia from Pokemon XY? I mean, kind of. A fancy jade with gold? Now wait a minute. Now wait a minute. That's just 1.0. That's just what 1.0's color scheme is. Wait a minute. Let it cook. Is it jade and gold or blue and black? Shut up. Lord. But no, I have basically said that I think it would be nice in the future to one day revisit green and have Sumeragi reimagine green again. Or like just come up with a new concept for green so that way there is a green Yuno that can exist once more. Someday. Star Yuno is the villain like Sailor Galaxia, and all the other Yunos need to stand brave against her overwhelming might. Maybe. Oh my god. Sorry. The neighbors are slamming really, really intensely against the wall, and they just did a slam so loud that I actually thought there was an explosion. I thought I was going to have to evacuate my building. Jesus. They're still at it. They've actually been pretty bad today in particular, yes. They started slamming really loudly at like 3, maybe closer to 4, and they have not really stopped. It's been very loud today. I don't know what they're doing. It was like crazy from like 4 to maybe about 6-ish, 6:30. And then there was a little bit of a pause, or at least I couldn't hear it because I was watching videos and had headphones on. But like just now, it was so loud it like shook the entirety of my room, and that's why I thought there was an explosion. That genuinely scared me. But this is what I mean when I say that it's not like normal. You could assume they're doing like that kind of business against the wall. Like, I'm telling you, I don't think that's what it is. I think whatever they are doing, it is much more intense and scary. And they seem to do it regularly. These guys have one of those trick shot channels where they need to record every trick for hours until it works with hammers and bowling balls. Sometimes it really feels that way. Like, when they first moved in, it was happening a lot, and I was just like, oh, okay, it's probably just the sound of them moving their furniture around until they get the house into a position that they like. But then it never stopped, even after they, like, finally moved in, and they no longer had the moving truck outside. Like, it's truly been like this the entire time that they have been living next to me. And I don't know what's going on. Some days it's worse than others. And some days it goes really late into the night. I can tolerate it for the most part. Like, I guess I've gotten used to it, for lack of a better term. But then they do things like this, where it goes, like, really loud and late and crazy. Like, late into the night, and I just kind of have to be like, when do I enforce quiet time? I think our building is technically supposed to adhere to quiet time, but that was never a rule beforehand. So I personally haven't really been adhering to it. I'm also not that loud of a person, so even when it gets to like 1 or 2 a.m., I'm not really noisy. I just kind of talk into my mic. I don't think I'm that loud, but like, it's just kind of scary that they'll get this noisy. And then especially if you get to like midnight and onwards and they're still making that kind of sound. I had a neighbor with a home gym and you could hear every time he dropped his weights, but you can't keep it up for hours. I don't think the room that's directly like adjacent to my wall is a workout room. But I don't know for sure. I don't know how they have the place laid out. I guess there's a chance it could be because of working out and they're dropping weights, but isn't it kind of like bad to drop the weights so dramatically? And also disrespectful to do it at like 2 a.m. Like, not to judge when a person gets time to work out, but also like, I don't know. Some people don't care. I guess that's fair enough. Imagine the damage once the landlord finds out. Very rude to call the wife weights. Guys, I'm telling you, I don't think these noises are the sound of them having sex. I know you think it's funny to say it, but I genuinely do not think that the kind of sounds that they are making over there could be from the sounds of slamming a person around. Like, especially the sound just now, it legitimately sounded like an explosion. I don't think that's what it sounds like to slam a woman. There's specific platforms made for powerlifting, but I kind of doubt that they had that set up. That's what I mean. I don't think it could possibly be, like, related to weights. Like, I guess there's a chance. But I don't feel like that's the case. Who knows what they're into? We can't judge them for that. I don't know. Like, I feel like it can at least judge the fact that it gets really fucking loud at times where it's not really appropriate to be that loud. No entendre or euphemism, just the word. Because I'm tired of you guys trying to be funny about it. Their kink is dropping weights. Their kink is making a lot of loud noises and hoping that the neighbor yells at them. And I have been blue-balling them this entire time. Because I'm just letting it happen. They're shooting a new action movie that takes place entirely within one house. They're filming the gunfight now. I think I would be more concerned if it sounded like gunshots. I don't think that's what it is. They're like, one day she will scream at us. One day she's gonna finally react the way that we want her to. The neighbor will hear. Oh, the neighbor will hear. What if it's the opposite and their kink is being ignored? Oh god. Scary. Is that guy that has a channel about chemical reactions and sometimes they go boom. I like how a lot of the theories are that they run some sort of YouTube channel. I feel like I would have heard a hey, what's up you guys at some point if they were running a YouTube channel, but I genuinely don't hear anything besides them like making the like physically loud slamming sounds. Well, I guess the other thing that I sometimes hear quite often is the crying of a kid. And the screaming of a kid. Earlier when the slamming started in like the evening time, it was often interspersed with the sounds of their kid screaming. So sometimes I actually get legitimately concerned about what's happening over there. But the neighbors do hear an Hanaki. Honestly, I think my Hanaki is kind of quiet. I don't think they would really hear it. Even on the days where I'm more hyped up, I only get as loud as like, oh, Hanaki! And it's not really that loud. Kids scream a lot, it's impressive. I guess that's fair. I suppose that's true. I never really screamed that much as a kid, so I guess I'm always shocked when other kids scream regularly. I was an extremely quiet kid. I was an extremely quiet kid, and I was also a very literal rule follower. I have a very vivid memory of being quite young and being told by, it was either by OniMama or...
It seems fate led you here.
Maybe it was my grandma?
Connection.
-6633, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I was either being told by OniMama or my grandma to, like, play only within the space of this, like, blanket that they set up on the living room floor. And they put, like, a bunch of my toys down, like, on the blanket, and they were, like, play within, like, this space. And I remember, I was, like, playing with a toy, and I think I, like, tossed it as part of what I was doing, maybe. It wasn't like a hard toss. It was just like part of my play. I was messing around and then the toy ended up like falling in a way that was like a little bit off the blanket and like laying on the carpet. And by all accounts, child me could have just like leaned over and grabbed it and like pulled it back to me onto the blanket. But I was like, oh no, the toy didn't land on the blanket. It landed in the no-no zone. And that means I can't play with it anymore. And so I started fussing because I felt like I couldn't leave the blanket because I was told not to. And I was like fussing and like reaching for the toy, but I felt like I couldn't go get it. And I think it might have been an older cousin. I think this was like a bigger family gathering. But I think it was an older cousin that saw that I was fussing over the toy and they were like, you could probably just like crawl out and get it, you know? And I was just like shaking my head but making the grabby hands towards the toy and they had to like nudge it back to me because I was so upset about it falling outside of my designated play area. I was like, I can't leave. I was told I can't leave though. Trying to use the force. I was just like, I want the toy back. I messed up. But no, I've always been such a rule follower and I've always been such a quiet kid. Like I've never really screamed or thrown tantrums as a kid either. I just always like kept to myself and was very quiet. So I'm always shocked to hear that like there were other kids who like screamed and screamed often and regularly. That behavior has always kind of shocked me. You know, Hanaki, a lifetime of jail. Literally, I was like, no, I'm going to widow a prison because I dropped my toy. It was very silly. I don't know old I was. I had to have been old enough to, like, fully comprehend stuff, but I was also speaking by the time I was, like, 1.5, so I could have actually been, like, pretty young. And, like, comprehending enough language to understand that I was being told not to do something, and that I was scared of the consequences. I was a quiet kid at school and around my parents, but when it came to extended gaming hours on the family computer and my parents were out, I'd be yelling. That thought is funny. I think even when I started hanging out more on the computer and, like, making online friends, I never really, like, would get in trouble for that. Well, not so much get in trouble as Onimama having to remind me I had to go to bed for school. Those were the only times I'd get particularly yelled at. Although I did get grounded once because I was prioritizing my online life so much that my studies were kind of flopping. So I was grounded and I was, like, forced to not hang out with my online friends for a while until I got my grades better. Just internet kid things. Yuno is the kid everyone thinks they're going to have, and then the screaming starts. Yeah, sorry. I was the ideal child. I was also an Oni child, so I didn't really have any siblings, so I never really had to fight for attention either. I would always just kind of hang out. I was very solitary, and I was very good at, like, enjoying solitude when I was little, so I didn't really cause that many problems, because I didn't really demand attention. I was always just like, whatever, man. Wrote too many fanfics instead of essays and papers, but, like, actually, though. But, like, actually, though, I was staying up way too late, hanging out with, like, online friends and playing silly games, and then not paying enough attention in school. And I do vividly remember writing fanfiction instead of, like, paying attention in, like, history class, for example. And then I got bunked, and I was told that I couldn't hang out on the internet, after school anymore. I think I was banned from it for, like, 2 weeks so that I could, like, try to get my shit back together in school. And it did work. I did manage to get a better balance between my schoolwork and my online life, but I did still prioritize my online life a lot. Sometimes it'd be like that. When your RP partner is replying, you simply can't go to sleep. I didn't fall deep into RP hell until I was in high school. Middle school, it was like just hanging out in, like, late night voice calls. Late night voice calls through the ancient app of Skype. Because that was where all of my online friends wanted to hang out. I didn't get more into roleplay until high school. I had, like, roleplayed a little bit casually. And then, I, like, super locked in during a particularly, like, rough patch of my life. And then, I fell directly into hell. And then through roleplay, I got into Tumblr, and then through Tumblr, I got into Tumblr roleplaying, and then through Tumblr roleplaying, I met Hitomi, and then the rest of my life was just kind of laid out for me. Back in my day, we did RP via AIM. I did do a little bit of roleplaying on AIM with my IRL best friend at the time. That was where we did most of our roleplaying stuff. But she was, like, the only person I roleplayed with. I didn't really get into it, like, super seriously with, like, other people until high school age. Hell, 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 deeper hell, Hitomi. Yes, exactly. And look at her now. Yeah, now my job is literally to be an anime girl on the internet, and the more online I am, the better. Now, the more online I am, the better I do for my job. Question mark. Job in air quotes. still gotta get experience so you have interesting stories to tell. Very true. Telling stories of my silly internet shenanigans can still be helpful, though. I'm sure it would be more helpful if I touched grass more often, but grass is very difficult to touch in Onigashima. There's like literally nothing to do besides eat food. Which I guess I could just be like, guys, I ate food today, and everyone will be like, hell yeah. But someday I'll get to go on more adventures. Heard the grass is poisonous? It can be. It can be. Remember in the Skype days when you had to have a host, you couldn't just swap hosts like Discord, so having a long call was an accomplishment? Yeah. I remember that. I remember the amount of times we would try to break records. We would try to break records for the longest calls we were able to host. Yuno needs to get her vitamin D. I do not. I'm good, thank you. I don't like outside. Outside's scary. Also, currently, right now, outside cold. I don't want to go outside right now. ICQ? Never used ICQ. I have seen ASL be asked before, though. Personally, I saw that on Omegle. Omegle, however the hell you say it. I never got onto the Skype era. I went from MIRC, then to ICQ, and then straight to Discord. Wow, that's a crazy jump. I was using AIM to talk to my friends. I think I also talked to friends I made through fanfiction.net on, like, Yahoo Messenger. I didn't really add any of them on AIM, but I think I talked to some through Yahoo Messenger. Using Onimama's email address, because that was when I was still too young to have my own. And then when I started getting more into, like, particular online spaces, everybody was talking about using a Skype. I didn't know what Skype was, so I had to make a Skype account because I wanted to be included. So I guess that was kind of my progression. It was AIM first, and then I used a little bit of Yahoo Messenger, and then it went to Skype. And I was primarily, like, Skype only for a while. Even once I started using Tumblr, it was before Tumblr had a messenger system. So when it came to talking to people on Tumblr, it was primarily through, like, asks. The ask box. Oh! Jube, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I wasn't expecting that. I was like, what? Thank you.
Oh, treating the room? Good way to show off your wealth.
She's so right about that. Treat the room. Thank you, thank you. When was your carrier pigeon era? Good question. Does being very into rules mean Small Buno didn't click yes I'm 18 as needed? I didn't click on the yes I'm 18 until I was like 15 or 16. I did kind of obey the rules for a very long time. I was also using the internet before they really had those kind of filters on, like, other kinds of sites. But yeah, otherwise I was very much a rule follower. I was just like, oh, I can't go here. This is only for adults, and I'm a kid. And then when I was like 15 or 16, I was like, I want to see the fucking yaoi. And so I would just click the button. Because, of course, for me, the reason was because I wanted to consume BL. I had consumed yaoi prior, mind you, like when I was younger. But that was on sites that didn't require the press the 18+ button. That was just back when anime would be randomly uploaded onto a website with English subtitles and you could just watch it whenever, and it wasn't age-gated. But yes, I pressed the button at that when I got a little bit older because I wanted to read the spice. And I didn't have access to the spice unless I verified my age, quote unquote, so yeah. I did have a fake account that was the right age so that I could consume the media. And then later, once I was actually old enough, I deleted all of the accounts that I had lied about my age on and then made proper accounts at a proper age. Which is the proof of how much of a rule follower I am. I used the temporary accounts and then I willingly deleted all of my history on those old accounts to make the proper age accounts. I truly was like that. The allure of yaoi was too much. It always is. It always is. It draws you in somehow. The inescapable yaoi clutches. Website, how long have you been 18? You know, a while. Yeah, a while. A little bit. Little bit. But yeah, all of the accounts that I use now list my proper age. $232, yes. Soon to be 224. This checks. Yeah. But no, my birthday is soon. 224 in... how many weeks? About 2. So like 15 days from now, it will be my birthday. Can you believe it? It's really soon. God, it's really soon. I do not know what I'm doing for it still. Oh, God. I need to plan that out a little. Yikes. I have to plan that out a bit. I will work on that. I will work on that. Just a week away. No, 2 weeks. 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 Don't make it a week away. That's too soon. That's too soon and gives me even less time to plan. Please. I've said this already, though. It's probably going to be very low-key because a lot of my energy and all of my resources went into 2.0 debut stuff. So I am not planning anything crazy for birthday. I don't even think it's going to be a super long, like, event type thing. It might just be a hang out for a few hours type of vibe. It might be a very low-key year. I hope that that's chill. Because honestly, I don't even think I have time to really organize anything fancier than that. I can see about maybe doing something else, but... I got nothing. No! No fucking Yuno-thon! We're not done with the existing rewards! Ah! No Yuno-thon. Just have your wife erase swing for you. That's what I did. I don't have a wife. Well, I mean, I could ask Lynn, I guess, but Lynn would be like, why are you asking me? Lynn's like, girl, I'm busy. And I'm just like, yeah, I know. Help. But I don't have a literal wife that can help. That's an advantage you have, Astra. Can't believe Yuno's birthday is basically tomorrow. Stop. Stop it. Get married to a wife then? That's crazy.
It seems fate led you here.
I know it's a skill issue. I'm sorry I can't get bitches. Corvus Carax 89, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. A Lynnathon. Honestly, I would love for Lynn to get all of the love and support in the world. You guys should be giving Lynn $1 million bajillion dollars. You don't need to get bitches, you just need the one. He's making it sound worse. He's making it sound like I can't even get a singular. Oh, God. Well, I mean, it's true. You have all these VTubers who would say they'll marry you. That's not entirely true. The only person who has ever, actually, no. I was the one who started calling Lynn my wife first. She just went along with it. I was about to say the only one who's ever said anything about me being marriage material was Lynn, but I was the one that started it between the two of us, and she just went along with it. No other VTuber has ever said that I would be their wife. Looks at my hands. I've never been wifed up by another VTuber properly. They would though if you asked, but it's different if you ask. That makes you seem desperate. That makes you seem desperate. Beaches are hard mode, that's forgivable. Yuno can't get male beaches, failing the tutorial. Stop! Why am I being owned? Why am I being owned so hard in this fucking stream? I gotta go. I need to hide under the table for a little while. What the fuck is this shit? I gotta go, man. What the fuck? This is crazy. Something, you got twice the dating pool but still can't get one? Why am I being owned? Why am I being owned right now? Help! Ay, ay, ay. Twice the dating pool, double the fail. I need to fucking... I'm not owned, says Yuno as she shrinks into a corn cob. No, the opposite is happening right now. I am literally admitting to the fact that I'm being owned. It's just, why am I being owned? I didn't do anything to fucking deserve this, and you guys are just like, let's fucking murder her today. Let's kill her. This is so messed up. I literally did nothing. I don't understand why this is happening to me. I don't know why I'm being forced to turn into a corn cob in these fucking conditions. Abusing your streamer in real time. Abuse. This is why she copes while being in limbo with her asshole team. Leave me alone. Yes, the only bitches that I can get are fictional, both men and women. It's rough out here, okay? But maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. It doesn't matter. I haven't really been looking. We're owning you now so we can show love later. Later is TBD. This is so sick. I was about to say, when the fuck is later? Because I think all of the goodwill has been expired now that I asked for it for debut. Honestly, I feel like even when my birthday comes around, I'm gonna get fucking owned again. This shit sucks. Shit sucks so bad. What the heck? Can't even get limbo on the first try. Stop! I did in the first game, just not in the sequel. It was only the sequel where I flopped. You got rolled so bad I low-key might have to report this stream for violent content. Please explain in detail why you think this stream showcased violent content. Streamer got fucking owned for being single, wifeless, and bitchless. Streamer can't get a man or a woman. And I'm just like, ah, fuck. You know what comes less than 2 weeks after your birthday? What comes to less than 2 weeks after my birthday? Valentine's? Yeah, true. I don't really care about Valentine's, though. I like the Valentine's aesthetic. I'm not really big on, like, caring about actual Valentine's Day itself, though. Don't come in here just to sip tea! This sucks so bad. This sucks so bad. I hate it here, man. That's what eternally single people say. Shut up. Shut up. No one asked, okay? No one asked, okay? You pout? Well, meh. This stream sucks so bad. I hate it here. Not me getting fucking owned into oblivion, and then the minute I recover, they kill me again. It's kind of awesome for us. Stop! I mean, I'm glad you're having fun. In the end, it is my job as streamer to be funny, silly goofball. But like, come on now. Must you get your goofs and gaffs from being mean to me? What did I do to you? I never make fun of you guys for being single. I never make fun of you for being maidenless. Because we would cry. Yeah, and just because I'm not crying, that means that you can make fun of me? This is crazy. You did make fun of us for being old recently. That's not the same thing. That's not how that works. I'm married, but can make fun of me for that too. I actually didn't know that. That's awesome. Someone in chat who is married. Wow. You can't do that to us when we got access to this bad boy. That's true. You know, reverse kind of is a very powerful weapon to have. But I can also, you know, reverse your, you know, reverse. So what then? I'm married to wife. Yeah, okay. They are the same thing. We can't help getting old just as much as you can't help having the peaches. Stop! Leave me alone! This sucks so bad. I prefer the single burns. I can't fix the old. Yeah, you can. Just stop aging. Simply stop aging. Next time your birthday comes, just say no thank you, and then it'll stop. That's how it works. If Mamadachi is still lurking, she's probably laughing her ass off. I don't know if she'd be laughing. I could see her wanting to make a highlight video out of that whole section of you guys making fun of me for being single, though. I think that's all she would say. She'd just be like, I think that section would be a really good highlight, and I'd just be like, yeah? You gonna make it then? Because I'm not getting you the clips. I don't want to revisit that. She would definitely use the vocoded baby sound. The sad thing is that it's true. I never should have told you that we have that fucking soundbite. Now I feel like you guys are just gonna be like, oh, vocoder baby ass streamer, and I'm just gonna be like, man, vocoded baby would have gone hard. I haven't celebrated since I was 20. That means I'm young, right? Yeah, exactly. Once you just say no thank you to your birthday, then it's fine. If it's true and hurts, why is it so funny? I don't know. I'm laughing through the pain, I guess. It's the copium. Thank you for the head pat. I may be maidenless, but at least my head gets randomly pat sometimes because people redeem points. Isn't it great being a VTuber with such a loving community? I feel like... You know what? I don't think I'm gonna answer that. You know what? I don't think I'm gonna answer that. I think I'm good, actually. Thanks, though. I'm not gonna answer that. I'm not gonna do any of that. I think I'm just gonna let that one lie. Don't you wish it was a maiden patting your head, though? I mean, women can redeem it if they have points on my channel. But I feel like most of the girls that watch me on YouTube and don't watch Twitch. And YouTube doesn't let you do the head pat redeem, unfortunately. When you love them, but they just corn cobbified you. I like how this... I've been turned into a corn cob. I like how that is specifically what is happening. I thought you guys would say that you were forcing me to turn into a yam. Considering we had a whole bit about yams a couple weeks ago. I am. Yeah. We're making a full course meal out of you. First yam, then corn. What's next? Already a yam, no turning into that? I guess that's fair. I guess that's a decent point. I've set a timer. Oven roasted chicken, Yuno? Oven roasted chicken? I suppose so. The Yuno Thanksgiving menu? That is true. We are 2 for 2 on things you get at Thanksgiving that I have been turned into. It's never been more Jover. Shaking my dang head. What was the phrase on the star? You've done it. Your did it. Y-O-U-R-E did it. Your did it. The non-wife leg can be the turkey drumstick? That's crazy. Kinda imagining jello fruit salad. You've always been a sweetie pumpkin pie. Aw, thank you. I like you tried too. You tried is like the default one. And it's spelled properly in that one. I think I don't have the your did it on here. Yeah, that would be on the chatting screen if it was gonna be anywhere. I don't think I have your did it. But I love your did it. Yuno's dating life be like, congrats, your did it. No, Yuno's dating life is I don't think you tried at all, which is another really good version of that meme. Hold on, I'll get that star and we could use that one. Oh shit, wait, no, that's also a good one. Oh fuck. There's a lot of really good ones that I'm finding because I'm looking up the meme. Oh god, I forgot how much I loved this meme. Okay, hold on. Guys, what do you think? What do you think I should do? Do you think I should do... do you think I should do I don't think you tried at all? Or do you think I should do well done? Which is spelled W-E-L space D-O-E-N. Which one do you think I should do? It's so bad. Well done is pretty good. It's pretty funny. It's pretty good. The second? Okay. Okay, I think we're doing well done. I think everybody likes that one. Okay, 1 second. I am adding it. I am adding it to the stream. That is me today. I'll put it on my head. Ah, frick. I gotta figure out which, okay. How do you like your steak? Well done. If you say that, that's probably bad. Yeah. Well done. It is eat time for me. Thanks for the stream. Take care. Okay. Get good rest. It isn't even transparent. I know. That's why it's even better. I like that it's not transparent. I think it's very funny this way. Making good use of that real estate. Gotta use it at some point in my life, you know? Well done.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Satigo554, thank you for the follow. I'm Cheese Wizard. May you have a year full of cheese. Take care. Honestly, that is the best 2026 blessing I could ever receive. Thank you, Cheese Wizard. I do want to have a year full of cheese. How did you know? How did you know? That's actually awesome. Guys, I'm gonna have a year full of cheese. Everything's coming up Buno. You've been cheesed? I have. I'm fine with that, though. The SSR blessing. The SSR cheese blessing. I'm gonna have a year full of cheese. Tomoe Carmine's nightmare, my dream. Throws a craft single at Yuno. I was actually just looking at a, I was looking at an artist that makes animated emotes, and one of the emotes that they had available in their like list of emotes you could get from them was an emote of the streamer getting cheese thrown on them, and I was thinking about getting that. I was thinking about getting a animated emote of me getting cheese thrown onto my forehead, because there is so much real estate there. I just think that it's the perfect place to toss cheese. It'd be kind of funny. Monkey's paw curls, you are turned into cheese the same way you were turned into yams. Well, being turned into yams was funny. As long as I am not being corn cobbed again. Think fast. Oh no! Hold on. Oh no! Whack! Ah! We need the butter wizard for Yuno right now. Cheese and butter? Why am I getting cheese and butter? Oh, thank you for the head pat, Miss Beep Beeps. Thank you. Thank you. Yuno is a baked yam. I will accept that. That would probably be yummy. Why not? That should be the question. I suppose that is right. Gotta have the wet plastic slapping noise. I guess that's also true. I can't play that sound effect right now. But if I could, I would try to time it so that I smacked myself with the well-done star at the same time of the cheese smack. Maybe that will have to be another point redeem that we can trigger. I'll see if I can make a transparent version of this star, and then I will make that smack whenever somebody uses the cheese emote. Which could be funny. If I do decide to get the cheese emote, I'm just thinking about it because the art style was cute. And I thought that the concept was funny. Maybe the well-done star is made of cheese. It honestly could be. Do you see how, like, cheese yellow it is? It honestly could be. We don't know. Well done. I keep saying it because it's funny. There's a curse IRL form of that. Terra craft slice letter with barbecue. Oh god. Like barbecue sauce? That is definitely cursed. I must say I agree. Okay, let's move this, put it over here right now. Well done. Because I realized with how much I move, I was kind of covering my entire face with the star, and that's not really what I was aiming for. I would have to make the star smaller, but then you wouldn't be able to read it. Well done. Such a good star. I saw it, there's apparently an entire blog on Tumblr dedicated to collecting all of the You Tried stars, and so there were just a bunch of people submitting different You Tried images to them. There were some pretty funny ones. I think it would probably be a pain in the ass to set up, but it would be kind of funny if for the point redeem, I could just make it that you throw... that when you, like, throw cheese, it just randomizes which you tried star I get smacked with. So I get smacked with a different one every time. I think that might be a bit of a pain in the ass to set up, but it might be possible. I will have to do some research. Do you know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Onigashima? Well done with cheese. Yeah, with cheese. True. Should be easy enough in tits? Yeah, probably. I haven't properly set it up. I've looked into the integrated throwing system, but I have not set it up yet. I've been meaning to. I will see about it. So many things I've got to set up in the coming weeks if I can.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Unga the Phantom. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. And we met a follow goal. Wow. Yippee. Go ahead and snooze ads to celebrate. 520 followers. Well, I started the stream with like 514, 515. So it's not like that big of an accomplishment, technically. But there have been more followers today than usual. I will say that that is a win. But yeah, thank you guys. It should automatically update now, so the next goal is 530. I wonder if by the end of the year I could be close to 1,000 Twitch followers. Mayhaps. I will work hard. This is the year. I'm going to try to work really, really hard to make content creation work. And grow big and strong. And big. And also strong. The follower alert, I'm not gonna say it. You can't unsee it if I say it. Well, now that you've said something, I'm concerned about it. Is there something wrong with it? Do you not like it? I suppose 1337 would be close to 1,000. You think I'm gonna reach 1337? That's crazy. You need to take more dubs and own it when opportunity comes. I'm trying! It's not for lack of trying! I want to be strong and brave. It's just that I'm also shy and I die a lot. But I'm doing my best. Is Twitch the main platform now? Yes and no. I do think I still put a bit of priority into YouTube because it's bigger. But in terms of like platforms that I am monetizing, Twitch is probably the one that I am the most actively trying to consistently monetize. So it is the main platform in that I make most of my subscriber money here. Or well, I'm trying to. I think Twitch is still behind Patreon. Patreon I am making more money on. But that's also because there are higher tier options. But like, between Twitch and Patreon, they are the ones that are actually monetized, so I do prioritize them in that way. But because YouTube is overall bigger, and a lot of the other people that I work with, like other talents, prioritize YouTube. So I still kind of prioritize it, in a way. Why do I have hiccups? Ugh. There we go. Poor Yuno can't get collab partners because they out with fake beaches. That's not true! I can get collab partners, I'm just shy and I don't ask. I can get collab partners. Why are you so mean to me? She collabed the other day? Yeah, I literally collabed the other day! And they were cute girls that were nice to me! With a man. Yes, there were some guys there, but there were also cute girls. It was majority women. Also, I don't think you guys have to worry. I am pretty sure all of the guys that were there were gay. If not completely gay, I am pretty sure that they were at least bi. Because the men were flirting with each other. Us girls were just like, whoa, crazy. That's just what bros do. Yeah, apparently we were all just sitting there like, whoa, the BL happening before our eyes. But yeah, bros do just be like that from what I have heard. You know, getting her notepad out. I'm not writing fanfiction about real people. All good if you want to collab with guys, even if they're heterosexual. I like how you have to specify that. That's very sweet, thank you. No, I'm pretty sure, like, if anyone did truly care about it, I think they would have just quietly left by now. I'm not personally bothered by it. I was just joking. If I really didn't want to do it, I know that I have the power to say no. Or is this where Yuno gets inspiration for her writing? No, I don't really like writing stuff about real people. It may be the only way she gets peaches. This is so sick and twisted. I don't know if I should see this as a positive that you guys just want me to get beaches so bad that you're willing to see me collab with literally anybody. I feel like I should be concerned about that. But no, it's fine. I don't care. This is for you to not be a wallflower. I'm trying. I'm really trying to not be a wallflower, okay? I promise. I'm trying my best. I'm going to try to be better about it this year. I want to organize more stuff. It would be pretty sad if you collabed and still didn't get beaches. How do I tell him? How do I tell him that I'm very, very, very beachless? Stop! I'm getting owned again! I gotta go! I'm gonna read this comment, but it's so fucked up. Thank you for the head pat. I'm gonna read this comment, but it's so fucked up. This sucks. I feel like we covered this. Dudes in the collab, Yuno has negative pull. Her presence would lead to couples and her to the chair. Ah! Leave me alone! Stop! This is so fucked up! Leave me alone, dude! What the hell? This is advanced corn cobbing. We went from like pretty light ripping to just full-on corn cobbing, dude. I am fucking... At this point, I don't even think I'm corn on the cob. I think I've been roasted so hard I'm turning into popcorn. I think I'm just a bag of popcorn now. Fuck, put me in the goddamn microwave. Shit. This is ass.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection. connection.
Luna22322, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm being roasted by my chat right now. But welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Bruh. So that's the yellow outfit, Popcorn Yuno? Yeah, apparently. What the frick? This isn't well done anymore, it's burnt to a crisp. Bro, I am dying. I am dying. This is so sick. You know that class gem corn you right now? Yeah, dude, I am at fucking fragile as fuck. Yikes. We might be at congratulation. You want me to pull up another you tried star? Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, you know what? I think I need to put this one on screen, actually. Oh, it's very small. Even better. This is fucking me right now. Mama can't help but worry about Yuno even in heaven. Is this the part where I tell you guys that my family has never once bothered me to find a partner, and I'm pretty sure it's because they know that I'm hopeless? You know how most people, when they talk about family gatherings, there's always that pressure of like, oh, so like, what's your job like? How's school going? Are you single? Have you found a nice partner yet? My family has never once in the entirety of my life, not in my childhood, not in my adolescence, not in my college days, and definitely not now that I am a working adult, they have never once asked me how my dating life is going. They have asked my older cousins, they have asked my younger cousins, they've never asked me. Never, ever, 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 ever have they asked me. Never have they asked me. Not a single relative has ever asked me how my dating life is going. And I think that that's a sign. I think that that is very much a sign. Oof size maximum. An oof has never been more oofed. Have they ever asked you about getting a pet? That's usually the polite way of saying we know it's hopeless. No. I'm pretty sure they don't think I am capable of living with another life. Now Yuno is roasting Yuno. We've got corn husk. There's nothing left of me, bro. The popcorn got burned. Now I'm just an empty, burnt bag. There's nothing left here. It doesn't even matter. Also, yes, it doesn't ever matter, too. She's all calm. Not even the pet talk. It's rough out here for you, know, Hanaki. All that's left is the doing bucket. Yeah, literally, man. Bruh. Do they at least check if you've had any good soup lately? No. They like ask me a little bit about my work, and then that's kind of it. I think because I try to explain what I do and it's kind of like weeb adjacent, they kind of just check out extremely fast because nobody in my family has ever really been into anime stuff. closest was when my older cousin was into Pokemon, but he got over it pretty quickly. I obviously didn't get over it. But the rest of my family never had like an anime phase. None of them ever had like a video game phase, really. Besides like my youngest cousin, but he might age out of it probably and become a normie soon. So I'm kind of stuck. Help. So you just took everyone's power level and they just let you be? Yeah. I am the outcast weeb video game dork nerd geek queer cousin. I'm every like outlier cousin possible in my family. The black sheep of the family, ellipses, and the rest of the world. This is so fucked up. Pick a struggle. This is so fucked up. I'm talking to you vulnerably, and the first thing you tell me is pick a struggle? This is so fucked. I don't understand what I did wrong today. What the shit? What did I do? Like, literally what happened today, huh? Like, what's happening? Pick a struggle is so crazy. What the fuck? The intersections your intersectionality. I gotta go, I think. I think this is a bit too much for me. I think I've been too vulnerable and I feel like the people are roasting me instead. Debut niceness has passed and now we have cuteness aggression. This is not cuteness aggression. This is like... I think we've moved beyond cuteness aggression. What part of this is where you treat me like I'm cute? This is just where you like look at a sad, pathetic little creature like dying in front of you and you're just like, aww. And then you step on me to put me out of my misery. That's what's fucking happening right now. Yeah, cute aggression without the cute. Bro, it's just aggression. I need to make a Uno card choice with B normie or draw 25. Help. I am being fucking obliterated. Leaving the sopping wet cat in the rain because you think it's cute on sopping wet. This is so awful. You walk past the stray cat that's sitting in the box in the middle of the pouring rain and you're just like, oh, that poor thing, it's so wet and sad and alone. And you're just like, well, gotta get home and make instant noodles. Gotta go home and do my stretches for my fucking sore back. Old ass. And you just walk away. Practically limping with your sore hips, Grandpa. Cuteness aggression is level 1. We're at looks okay-ish homicide. This is fucking awful, man. It's servo-coded baby. That's what I sound like, I know. That's literally me right now. It's the she's so cute when she's sad, I hope she never gets happy again thing. That's fucked. That's a crazy thing to feel. Is that a regular thing that people feel about girls? Is that normal? Crazy. Just about you? Wow. I'm so special. Definitely not normal, but also yes. Yes, it. Okay, I'm learning a lot today. I'm learning a lot today, apparently. Also, when I said special, I laughed because that's also a very family thing for us. I think I've told this story before, but we have a running joke when it comes to birthdays in our family where whenever we get, well, at least we used to do this. I don't think we do it anymore. At the very least, I haven't gotten birthday cards that say it anymore. But it used to be that whenever a birthday happened for somebody in the family, we would purposefully pick out a card that says that they are special. Because to us, special was kind of code for you're a fucking weirdo. And so whenever we would read birthday cards out loud, we would always say, to my special niece, or like, to my special cousin. And it would just be like a thinly veiled roast. But like we did it to everybody in the family. It wasn't like one specific person was always getting specialed. We would just do it like, that was like the key thing when it came to picking out a birthday card. If you found a birthday card that was stupid and also used the word special, it was an automatic pick for a birthday event. Especially like towards the kids. The kids would find it very funny too. But I laughed when I said I'm so special because within the context of me talking about how I'm the black sheep of the family, it's just very funny. To my special niece. To my favorite, most special daughter. Emphasis always had to be placed very heavily on where it said special. Wherever it was on the card. It's very funny. But no, I'm definitely the special one in the family. Yuno special Hanaki, that's me. That's me, man. I'm the most special there's ever been. I'm the specialist. But no, I always thought it was pretty funny. Special on the cover, just a single big L inside. I think if the tradition had continued into like the late aughts, early 2020, then yes, probably. But it stopped around the time I went into college, I think. Or like we didn't do it as often. Because nowadays, whenever I get birthday cards, or whenever I would get birthday cards mailed to me on campus, because my birthday always happened in the middle of a semester, it didn't say special on it anymore, so they kind of stopped doing it. Gonna have to sign all our birthday messages now with to our special one and Oni. Can you please? Honestly, that would be so funny. Can you honestly please do that? I think I would love it. I think that would make me feel very happy. Using your own highlighter pen to help emphasize the special element on the cards. I think I did actually do that one year. It was with the aunts that I'm particularly close to. I think I highlighted the special and I also drew stars around it so that she knew that she was very, very special. Sure, since you asked. Yippee! But yeah, no, I definitely did it to my aunt and she was like, "You're such a little shit." And I was like, I meant it though. The Hanaki family giggling whenever the waiter mentions specials in a restaurant. There was definitely a period of time where I think we were out for a birthday dinner. I don't remember whose birthday dinner it was, and I think one of the older family members, maybe my uncle, purposefully like glanced at the person we were celebrating the birthday of and then back at the waiter and was like, "Hey, can we see the specials?" And it did lead to a few because we're very stupid. My family's very cheesy. Cheesy, loves puns, very dry sense of humor sometimes, and can be very like sarcastic. We do have a very roast style sense of humor with one another, constant ribbing. Which is probably why things turned out the way that they did. Ask the waiter to see the specials and he just held up a mirror. No, that would only happen if I asked to see the specials. It all makes sense now. Now you understand why I turned out the way that I did. Ay, ay, ay. We really like Yuno Hanaki. Do you? Are you sure? I don't know if I have proof. I don't know if I've seen proof in the past like 30 minutes. I'll be so for real right now. I knew there was something special about you from the very beginning. Fuck! Why is that so funny? Thank you for the head pat. In the combined with calling me special, that's fucked up. I love it. Thank you. That's fucked up. In the beginning. Ugh. My stomach hurts. I've laughed too much tonight. This is crazy. I'm laughing at my own expense too. This is crazy. But I am glad that we have fostered an environment where instead of like having to, I don't know how to word this, but like having to hide all this stuff, it's nice to be able to like talk about it and laugh about it. Even better, some may say. Maybe. Some may say that. I don't know which some, but there might be some. A few. A handful. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my god. Daniel Smith, thank you for the $250 tip. That's huge. That's bigger than the average bruh. Thank you for the bruh. Bully tax. Also, maybe a date fund. Beaches like money. Beaches do like money. I can confirm this. That's very true. But thank you for the tip. That's very big. I didn't expect that. Thank you. We've moved from the laughing with you to the laughing at you meta. I've truly become more of the clown type of entertainer, huh? That's 2.5 bros. It really is. It's 2.5 bros. Ain't that the name of a show? Ain't that the name of a sitcom? But do bunnies like beaches? Some. Some bunnies do. You're thinking of 2.5 friends? Ah, yeah. Okay. So fucked. All right. This fucking sucks. You think you're so funny. I'll even put this poll on YouTube. I don't usually want to do it because it's a pain to set it up on YouTube as well, but I'll put it on both because this man. How do I word this? What event will Yuno find a beach before? This is so awful, man. GTA 6 release. Star Citizen release. Half-Life 3 announcement. Heat death of the universe. She can't find the beach ever. Actually, I can only put she can't find the beach. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, I guess. What'll happen before Yuno finds a beach? Yeah, it's basically that. Why'd you say the same thing 4 times? That's funny. I forgot that YouTube polls can only have 4 options. Twitch lets you have 5. I added an extra one to be funny on the Twitch side. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you had a good stream. Or were you streaming? I hope you had fun. And then heat death of the universe. Sorry, you're coming in at a very strange time because I was asked to put up a poll and this poll is very embarrassing. Hi, Mivi. You don't have a wrench? Why did I not wrench you? You were literally part of my birthday totsus, and I must not have given you a wrench then. Well, you're getting one now. That's so rude of me. There we go. Self-deprecating hours. Don't look at me. They've been roasting me to death today. Anyway, hi, Raiders. For those of you who might not know me, I am Yuno Hanaki. I am the one and only Oiran of indie V-singer group Mielun. I am a variety streamer. I do a lot of Zatsu, primarily, but I will occasionally play some cozy games. I read some visual novels to do voice acting practice. I sing sometimes. Yeah. It's all that kind of stuff. It is variety, however. Today is Onigashima Monday. This is my guaranteed weekly Zatsu spot where I am chatting, and today it has been something. The conversations have been something. It must be said. When all of creation has burned away and only Yuno the Ageless remains, God will look down and see literally no beaches. I cannot believe this. Congratulations on your 2.0. Everything looks so adorable. Oh, thank you. You're so cute. Hearing that I am adorable from someone who is as cute as Miss Mivi Ivory means the entire world to me. So thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very happy with my 2.0 as well. I am very happy. I'm always so surprised when people that I like come in and are like, hey, I love your 2.0, because I'm just like, what? But I love you. What am I supposed to do with this information besides cry? The mortifying ordeal of being perceived by cute girls. The cuteness meter is only going off near you. Sorry, it broke because when you tried to use it on me, it was already hitting max because you were holding it. Because it was in the touch of a very cute girl. Yeah. I forgot the raid message. Nah, you're good. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. have to roast her twice now to cancel it out? No! Don't make them roast me! Take the compliment? I did! I said thank you! And then I complimented her back! God forbid I be nice to a cute girl! Ignore them. They're just... Ignore them. I'm like shoving them into a box while I'm talking to you. Ignore them. Don't listen to them. Don't even worry about it. Okay, I think the poll is close to ending on the Twitch side. Once it ends on Twitch, I will end it on YouTube as well. Bro forgot air holes. You don't need air holes in there. You're fine. You're literally balls of fire. You're okay. You'll live. Another hour in the box. Everyone shows Heat Death of the Universe on the YouTube side. God forbid you say with your track record, I believe it. This is literally fricked up. This is literally sick and twisted. And then on Twitch, it was also Heat Death of the Universe. In second place, off by 3 votes, was She Can't Find the Beach. So, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I guess the Heat Death of the Universe is going to happen. Yuno pushing us aside like that annoying friend making jokes while trying to talk to the cute girl. Me with you guys literally all the time. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you for the head pat. But yeah, no, I'm literally just like pushing all of you away. I'm just like, please ignore them. Please ignore them. I have to keep grabbing you out of the air because there's so many of you. I'm just like, please ignore them. Please ignore them. Please ignore them. People are like, wow, where did you get all these fireballs from? And I'm just like, unfortunately, they follow me like moths. Moths to flame. You have a while as long as you are around. The universe is a little hot. Aw. Surprisingly nice. Considering how hard you've been roasting me to death. Surprisingly nice. Thank you. Flames to a moth? Yeah, I'm the moth actually in this equation. I'm just surrounded by all the fire. I guess I am moth now. She would probably find beaches if she was more willing to go outside. I don't like outside. Outside's scary. You're hot specifically because you've been roasted? I mean, I guess. I guess. You know, frantically stuffing Damadachi back into her pockets. It doesn't work. Her outfit has no pockets. Yeah, I literally have no pockets on this thing. I can't put you in pockets. Moth Yuno for that moonlight blue-white color they get drawn to. Ew. There are some pretty colors for moths. Bug Girl Yuno is certainly a concept. Parentheses, I do not really like bugs. Do you have a little bag? No. On my outfit? No. I do not have a little bag. You know what the poodle moth motif would be cute? What is a poodle moth? Poodle moth. Oh, they're the little fuzzy guys! I do love poodle moths. They're the little fuzzy creatures. I don't think I'd be able to look at one in real life, but when I see the pictures of them, I'm like, oh, they're so cute. Fuzzy little guys. She can't carry anything. Yeah, unfortunately, you guys have to carry everything for me, Smile. You have to carry it all for me, Smile. The orange moth is low-key cute. Orange moth? Orange. Regal Moth? This one's very fuzzy. Orange is going to be Gyaru, though. We've already discussed this. Not sure why you bought 100 pounds of corn cobs. I do like corn. She just wants to be princess carried. I do not want to be princess carried, actually. You guys are little balls of fire. You wouldn't be able to carry me like that anyway. So no, I don't want to be princess carried. Nice try. Why do not want to be princess carried? Because you guys are small. You are small, and I don't think you'd really be able to do it. Just over the threshold, then you get lawn darted into the bed. This is known. What do you mean this is known? As if this is just like a determined fact? This is crazy. I don't know, I've just never really had a dream of being princess carried. That's just never been something I've wanted as a lady. I think it's romantic when I see it, like, with love interests in a series, like, doing it to the heroine, but I've never really envisioned myself being in that position. Not for me, thank you. What if all our heat creates an updraft that we carry you around with? Well, then we'd have to be careful because I'm wearing a skirt. I'm wearing a skirt. We need to be careful. That's how I feel about that. Yuno's vision is a cage. No! Yuno Monroe. Monrono. I love the videos of couples doing it, but then powerbombing each other. I do think it's very funny when you see, like, a guy pick up a girl princess style, and then he like, immediately tosses her into a pool or something. I think those are kind of funny. Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a princess carry person. Or a couch. Well, I think you do have to be careful when it comes to, like, actually throwing your partner. Careful updrifts. That's what I meant with the lawn dart. Uh-huh. I'm sure that's what you meant. I'm sure that's what you meant. Like when the girl thinks she's going to be princess carried, but instead the dude fireman carries her or carries slung over the shoulder. That can also be funny. I think it's more fun when a girl is being really stubborn about not being carried, and then the guy just gets frustrated with her and picks her up like that, like slung over the shoulder, and she has to, like, bang her fists against his back. I do think those kinds of dynamics are fun. Stubborn girls being forcibly carried by a taller, stronger person. It doesn't even have to be a guy. If it's a taller and stronger woman picking up the shorter woman, that's also nice. Yes. Carried by the scruff of her neck like a kitten. I don't like that one as much. That's only if it's like a very drastic height difference. Potato sack carry, or would it be yam sack in this case? It would be taro carry, because I'm a purple sweet potato.
It seems fate led you here. What a meaningful connection.
Hedgehog 2099, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. That's basically Alphys and Undyne fan art. Funny enough, I was never really into that ship when I was consuming Undertale content. I didn't really ship anything in Undertale. I shouldn't be talking like I had other ships. I didn't really ship anyone. But I didn't really care for the Alphys and Undyne dynamic personally. I get what the appeal was supposed to be, but I didn't like it. I didn't like it, so when it came to a lot of their, like, fan service and, like, all of their, like, fan content, I'd just be like, You know, blushing ear to ear, I don't want this, I've never wanted this, other girls get this, stop me. Gets princess carried, maybe this is fine, yeet it into the pillow pile on the bed. Yeah, that would be a surefire way for me to never want it ever, ever again. But no, I genuinely am not interested in being princess carried. No thanks. I don't really envision myself as that kind of maiden. I may be a woman, but I don't really see myself as that kind of maiden. I'm good. I was going to offer an alternative way that I would like to be carried instead, but I feel like that's not necessary information. That information is not necessary. Chest carrier. More realistic option, just on the shoulders. Husband, wife gets thighs, Yuno on top, please. I'm imagining grabbed by the ankles like a club. That's crazy. No. I'm not volunteering this information. Again, it's not really information that needs to be known. One need not concern themselves. Do not worry. Do not worry. Cave woman hair drag? Jesus. Why are you guys so mean? This aggressive manhandling is crazy. Or I guess in this case, woman handling. So, women. Yeah, true. It always comes back to women. I do love them. What the fuck? Hold on. I need to make sure that my cupboard didn't just randomly open. I'm guessing that was another slam from the neighbors, but it kind of sounded like a cabinet door opened and got slammed shut. Which shouldn't be happening because I am alone in my box. So, 1 second. If there's an intruder, ask if he's single is such a fucked up thing to say. I'm not that desperate for beaches! Was it ghosts? It didn't seem to be anything wrong with my cabinets. I think it was just the neighbors, and I guess that particular slam sounded like something was happening to a cupboard, but it was not. False alarm. I checked everything to be sure. I even checked the first floor. Didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, so I think it's fine. Still a concerning sound, though. Not ghosts that you know of? I mean, I'm not scared of ghosts, so if there is a ghost in here, I'm chill with it. I can hang out with a ghost. We bully and you laugh, we nice and you get all demure and no, not for me. Well, you weren't actually offering to princess carry me is the thing. You were just talking about the concept of a princess carry. And I'm just like, no. It's different if I wanted to be princess carried and then you offered. But you offering first and me rejecting is not me being demure. It's just me saying that's never really been something I've been into, which is a true statement. If anything, we would collectively do a crowd surf. Hell yeah, dude. Now that sounds awesome. I think it would be cool to crowd surf at least once. Can it pay rent? Ghost, do you have money? Rent is due this week. Guaranteed way to get a ghost out of your house is just by being like, ghost, my rent is due. And the ghost is like, oh shit, and they leave. As long as they don't drop you into the mosh pit, you're golden. I mean, yeah, I would hope that you don't drop me into a mosh pit. I've never been in a mosh pit before. I would probably die. I don't think I can handle that environment. I am not nearly aggressive enough. Even channeling my more Oni-like tendencies, I don't think I am aggressive enough for that. She ain't afraid of no ghost. Yeah, that's me. True, that's me. Oh, my screen is turning orange. That is a sign I should probably start wrapping up soon. Ghost, please go out with me. Ghost be like, peace sign. Instant peace sign fade out. So true. Don't know me. I've been chatting for almost 4 hours. That's a good length of time for a Yuno Hanaki stream. Orange to contrast the purple? Oh, are you talking about oranges in like, an eventual orange outfit? Maybe. Maybe. Never have crowd surfed. Did sneak by security for in front of stage standing with only tickets for the bleachers. Whoa. Nice slinking in. I've never really been to like a concert. I've been to like ballet and like musical performances, but I've never been to like a proper concert for like a band or like a pop star or whatever. I've never really been that kind of like live music consumer type of person. It'd be nice to have that experience at least once, though. We didn't even get a chance to bully you yet. Ha ha. Very funny. As if I didn't allow you to bully me for 30 straight minutes. And then for extra time after. You had your time. You got to bully me, no more. It's fun, especially finding out about free concerts. I can see it being enjoyable. But I've still never really had, like, that experience. The closest I've had to, like, a like, live show experience, quote-unquote, was watching the live stream of Forever Bloom. And I wasn't there, I only saw the live stream, so... not really the same thing. We'll have to bully her in the Morrows, I guess? That's fucked up. The small venue, by the way, place? Yes, small venue, by the way. But I didn't go. Like, I wasn't there physically. I only saw the live, the stream. I did not go physically. Live concerts are fun, but you gotta be in the mood for it. Fair. There we fail. I don't know if I'd like it. As someone that's very sensitive to noise, I feel like a live concert environment might be a bit too much noise for me. That's why I'm okay with the idea of going like once and then probably never again. Just to have the experience of having been like, oh, okay, I guess I did it once. I miss it so much. I met cool people who traveled for PK. I can imagine. It seemed like a cool environment for fans. Especially because you guys had been fans of Kawaii for like multiple years at that point and had supported them to get to that stage. Got to see Baby Metal live. Oh my god, that would be so cool. I'd probably love to watch Baby Metal live. I had a big Baby Metal phase. I liked their stuff. They're good. Okay, but for real, I should probably wrap up. Okay. So tomorrow is tarot reading. The rules are in the description of that stream. For if you would like to request a tarot reading. I'll basically be taking requests until I can't anymore, or like I guess until there's like enough of a lull that it makes sense to stop and then not take anymore. I actually have space to do the reading now too, because now that I've changed my desk space, I can actually lay out the cards and not like struggle to make everything fit. Yippee! But yeah, we can do some predictions for how people's 2026 are going to go. And other things, of course, because it'll just be another excuse to be yapping. The rest of my waiting rooms basically are already up, so... You know, Friday will be the second part of Kemono Tea Time. And all of that stuff. Everything for the weekend is already set up too as well. But tomorrow is tarot reading, so if you are able to come hang out. Listen to me read people's fortunes. Yeah. Hand cam. No fucking hand cam! It's not happening! No! You don't need to see Oni hands. The only Oni hands that you need to see are the ones that are on my model. Here, see? Hand. There's your hand cam. No hands. I have hands, you don't need to see them. It's never happening. The more you ask, the less it's happening. Wife adjacent? Yes, they are close to wife. That's all that matters. That's all that's important. Doesn't want to Shoshita's tarot readings with her feet. How the fuck? I don't do that though. God. Please stop trying to make me into a feet person. Because I am not one. Anyways. But yes, tarot reading tomorrow. Come if you would like, or don't. I'm not the boss of you. Rules are in the description. Deal with that. But anyway, until then, thank you guys so much for choosing to spend time with me. I hope that you have a good rest of your time zone, and until I see you again, Yunotsu!